has begun. Officially at war. So the United States is now directly involved with bombing and going after Khamenei. Good morning. Hey, Rick, how's it going? So we took our little votes, and everyone's been talking about it. Was it going to happen yesterday? Technically, it happened Saturday morning, but here we are. Hey, Toy. So yeah, we're going to start digging into this stuff. There's a lot going on. So live updates. U.S. and Israel conducted strikes on Iran. You can see there's been explosions. Apparently, Khamenei, the supreme leader, is not dead. That's who they went after initially. They did hit his residence. So they've actually targeted directly the supreme leader. But the United States and Israel attacked on Saturday, which was just, as far as I know, about 10 minutes ago. And it's kind of like a shock and awe style attack. And they expect this attack to be far more extensive. That's according to U.S. officials. And they're going against the nuclear facilities. So initially, that was the report, is that it was just the nuclear facilities. But apparently, there's also attacks that have gone directly after the supreme leader. The Israeli government has suspended civilian flights to and from. And I was just listening to another channel, and they said that a lot of C-17 Globemasters had just left there, and they think that maybe instead of actually transporting, weapons and that kind of stuff, they actually pulled them out. They're pulling people out of that area, most likely U.S. citizens, maybe Israeli citizens. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I mean, we're there, right? So we're officially into this. So I don't know if there's any turning back at this point. And we know that Iran has threatened not just the U.S. mainland, but they threatened all the areas around, all the U.S. bases that are around the Middle East. So I'm looking to see what all the updates are. But all the people coming in, we know so far that Khamenei has apparently left. That's the reports. So they went after him. The initial strike was to get him and do a decapitation-style strike, and did not work. Or he was already gone, whatever happened. And now it looks like the U.S. is continuing to bomb. We can see, and now this is obviously like midday there, but this is broad daylight. I was not expecting an attack during broad daylight, but here we are. And I'm just pulling up more information right now and more news. But it looks like air raid sirens are going off across Israel, as you can imagine, and also in Qatar. So this is a situation where it looks like, maybe Iran is going to be retaliating. I haven't seen any strikes from Iran back yet, which is what I'm looking for. And this obviously just started about 10 or 15 minutes ago, from what I understand. So this is a brand new thing just happening right now. So as stuff comes out, I will talk about it. And we have this here. These are some more strikes. This is from Project Constitution. He says, according to his contacts in Mossad, I don't know if that's true or not, but he says there's ongoing strikes. So obviously we have some images here. You can see they're striking buildings in broad daylight. I think this is more of a decapitation style thing. And yeah, it looks like I did a poll. A lot of people said it would happen this weekend. Everything was in place. Like, we knew this was going to happen. We just didn't know exactly which day. I figured a lot of people said it would be Friday because Trump had to make a decision for Friday. But there's more and more coming out. More strikes out here. And U.S. officials are saying that this is just the beginning. So, we don't know how intense this is going to get. Obviously, we hope it doesn't come back at us, or back towards U.S. soldiers. That's my main concern. Obviously, the Iranian people and stuff that are innocent. We don't want people getting hurt. It says thick smoke is rising across the district in Tehran, which is the capital of Iran, where Ayatollah Khamenei normally resides. So again, they were trying to target Khamenei. And it says that they see smoke everywhere. We've seen that. Military strikes are officially underway, and I don't know who's all, like obviously we have multiple aircraft carriers, we have, dozens of F-22s, we have F-35s, so it's could be interesting. The attacks came on Saturday morning, first day of the week in Iran, with millions of people at work and school. So this is, a regular day for them. So hopefully, it looks like they're only attacking supposedly Khomeini, and then obviously the nuclear facilities. So if they can do a decapitation strike just on the facilities, and then then call it a day, then obviously that's best case scenario. Yeah, it's official from the defense minister, Israel Katz of Israel. He's saying that, it's underway. So this is officially the beginning of the war. And I'm just looking to see what else is coming out in updates. Obviously, there's no internet apparently there, but obviously some people are getting stuff out on their cell phones. So let's see what happens. Let's see what happens here. And I'm going to see if I can find if any mainstream media has gone live. I would assume they would at this hour. It's daytime over there. Yeah, let's see if we can look at flight radar here too. I want to see if we're going to be able to see any of these flights. I know the C-17 Globemasters. That was a little bit earlier here. All right, so let's do military planes only. Yeah, I don't see. Obviously, they would have their transponders turned off during the attack, but we're not seeing. Let's see, there's commercial planes flying over here. Yeah, as you can see. There we go. So as you can see, it's pretty bare. The airspace is pretty cleared out. And this is just a private jet. And this one here is, it looks like a commercial liner. It's at 54,000 feet. But I don't really see anything else going on here. And I don't see any specific military planes. Except this private one. So I would imagine right now, I know that there's Israeli fighter jets that are already up in the air. I don't know. I would assume also that there's U.S. fighter jets also. But as you can see, it's pretty cleared out. I don't see any. Yeah, I don't see anything as far as that stuff goes. So, but commercial liners, we know they're not in that area now. It's completely cleared out. So you can see Iran has basically cleared the airspace. And obviously they do that for multiple reasons, for safety of the passengers and stuff flying, and then also so they can freely fire back and forth. And if you remember before, there's a salvo that goes back and forth. It starts off with Israel kind of attacking and doing the decapitation style strikes. And then all of a sudden, you're having 200 missiles coming back from Iran. For people who just came in, this is the official beginning of the war. We had the U.S. and Israel. And that, yes, we are bombing Iran. Correct. Iran is being bombed as we speak. And it's broad daylight there. And they targeted Khomeini. So we have multiple sources that show bombs across the cities, mostly in Tehran. Yeah, as far as it going nuclear, I mean, it would take a lot for it to go nuclear, but obviously we don't want that. And then airspace is clear over Iran. And then as far as updates go, So far, we know that Khamenei's been targeted. Whether he was hit or not, we don't know. And then we know that nuclear facilities have been targeted. And we know there's fighter jets, at least from Israel. There are fighter jets over Iran. So that's where we're kind of at right now. And I'm just looking for more updates as they come out. Obviously, this just started about 20 minutes ago. So it's going to be a lot of stuff that's going to be coming out. As far as it going nuclear, I see some people are commenting on that. I don't see it going nuclear, at least not anytime soon. And obviously, if it does, not good. We know Israel has nukes. There are people assuming that Iran has nukes as well, whether given to them or made on their own, right? Because when you have, BRICS, and you have all those nations that are sharing resources and stuff, it would be outside the realm of possibility for them to just simply give that stuff to Iran. Israel has launched an attack. We know that officially.
His statements have been evasive. So we don't quite know what the American intention is in relation to Iran. Is it indeed to effect regime change? Is it to pressure Iran to give up on its nuclear program for good? Or is it to, again, create discord and take advantage of the assumed weakness of the Iranian government?
We were hearing from our colleague John Donnison in Jerusalem saying Israeli officials have spoken about days of airstrikes on Iran. Even if this is a short-lived attack, how could it impact Iran? Because, of course, the economy is on its knees at the moment.
The Iranian government...
And remember, last time that this happened, we had the 12-day war. And during that time period, it started off this way. Israel bombed them. They went back and forth. And then Iran started throwing like hundreds of missiles at a time at Israel and was, messing up pretty bad. And this time they said they might go for the official worst case scenario. Iran said that if they had to, if they got pushed into a corner far enough, they would launch all of their missiles all at the same time at Israel. Good morning, Christina. How's it going?
Really plays into the hands of elements within the Iranian government in general and the Revolutionary Guards in particular.
But there's real jeopardy for the Iranian government because, of course, we've seen those mass protests, the brutal crackdown by the Iranian government that then followed. A prolonged war could lead to even more instability, which would prove a big challenge for the Iranian government.
Precisely. Previously, on previous occasions, the Iranians have been able to count on the nationalistic sentiments of the average population. But it's now an open question whether or not that's really something that the Iranian government can count on, this kind of sense of patriotism. And there's an assumption by sizable swaths of the Iranian population that only a war can dislodge a very repressive and a very unpopular Islamic Republic government.
We're now getting reports from Iranian officials speaking to the Reuters news agency saying that Tehran is preparing for retaliation. The response will be crushing. You're speaking to us from Doha. We saw last year when Iran responded following US strikes. They targeted a military airbase there in Qatar. What is the feeling in the region about the potential targets for any Iranian action?
Fear and apprehension are the best descriptions of sentiments here across the Persian Gulf region. I personally am worried about my family. I live about 30 kilometers from the U.S. base Al Udeid, which was targeted last time. And I think there's tremendous apprehension and anxiety across the region because the Iranians, as you mentioned, have vowed a crushing response because as Ali Vaz mentioned previously, there's an assumption across the region in the United States and in Israel that the Iranians have been weakened. And there are folks within the Iranian government that are quite keen to prove that that's indeed not the case. Now, whether or not they're correct in their posture and in their assumption, again, is a different story. But they have vowed a crushing response to any possible Israeli or American strike. And so I think the next few hours and the next day or two will prove quite decisive in how the Iranians will try and retaliate and respond to this latest attack.
The analysis following that Iranian strike on Qatar last year is that it had been heavily signaled, that Qatar had been warned, the Americans had also been warned, and that meant there were no casualties when that strike happened. Do you think those options, those talks can happen this time around?
I think we'll have to wait and see to what extent Israel will continue to attack Iran. This latest round of attack by Israel and the United States.
This is the official.
We'll have to see,
so this is from Iran. It says they faced an unprecedented
the
attack.
in Tehran is
And, there's people up here helping and that kind of stuff.
American
Again, I don't think they're
soldier,
obviously not
or
targeting
a
civilians and
number
that kind of
of
stuff right now. They're
American
targeting nuclear facilities.
become
They
casualties
went
of
after
this
Khomeini,
conflict.
and it sounds like
There
they were
will be
unsuccessful.
tremendous
It says
pressure
Iran
on
has been hit by an
Donald Trump
unprecedented
in the
attack.
United
According to the
States,
initial reports from the
in
Islamic
terms of
Republic,
American public opinion.
large forces were
And
attacked
so I
simultaneously
think,
from the air and the sea.
whether or not
So this is coming from the
Iranians
aircraft
will
carriers,
give
and this is also coming
advance
from
warning
the
this
F-22s,
time,
F-35s,
remains to be
and
seen.
apparently it looks like Israel is directly attacking as well. Heavy damage was done to the command and communication systems. The destruction was widespread. Hundreds of IRGC security forces were killed and wounded. So they're attacking the IRGC directly, as well as secondary explosions in ammunition depots, and that caused further casualties. Obviously, you want to take out their ability to retaliate, so that's what they're doing. And teams reported difficulty in relief operations due to concerns about the possibility of other attacks. And we know there's going to be more attacks for sure. They're just getting started. The attack exposed the vulnerability of Iran's security system. It was an attack they did not expect, one senior official said, which is interesting because they've been positioning destroyers and that kind of stuff on their coast for a couple weeks now. So I don't know how they didn't expect that.
So how they will respond is
there's reports of civil unrest, which was already there before the war even started.
But if they're to be taken
Trying to see if there's
at their
anything else
words,
that's
and we've
interesting
seen,
or very important.
in the past that their words have carried
It sounds like some units say they feel like they're abandoned.
then we should expect a massive
And the attack
response
shatters something
and
we cannot
retaliation,
repair.
by
So
the
it sounds like
Iranians,
it's
because
pretty
it
intense.
would be otherwise political suicide for the
And it's going to
Iranians
get a
if
lot
they
more
didn't,
intense, I have a feeling.
carry out some sort of retaliation. And so I think we're at a tremendous historic juncture for Iran, for the region, and for Israel. The Israelis have been trying to systematically dismantle those countries which they view as threats: Lebanon, Syria, and now Iran. We had a very famous, well-publicized talk a couple of days ago by a former Israeli prime minister about how Turkey is a major threat to Israel. And so we're at a critical juncture in the political history of the Middle East right now.
Mahan, sorry, apologies for that. Mehran Kamrava, professor of government at Georgetown University.
Yes, as far as the planetary stuff goes, so there's a blood moon that's supposed to be happening in a few days. I believe Monday. So that's one thing. So a lot of people were saying that the blood moon usually aligns with war, and that's interesting. And then yes, there's supposed to be some kind of planetary alignment, like 6 planets were aligning. So the timing is also very interesting. And then we have volcanoes and stuff that just went off.
Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, has declared a special and permanent state of emergency in all areas of the country and closed Israel's airspace, and all schools are closed as well. An Israeli defense official says the attack has been coordinated with the US and had been planned for months. The strikes are across multiple locations. Smoke can be seen coming from buildings in Tehran, and people have reportedly been running away in panic. Media Reports say blasts have been heard in Isfahan, Karaj, Kermashan and Tabriz. Merbad airport, just outside Tehran, has also come under attack. An Iranian official told the Reuters news agency that Tehran is preparing for retaliation and the response will be crushing. Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is reportedly not in Tehran. The Israeli attack follows weeks of tension in the region, with the US forces massing around Iran and President Trump threatening to attack unless it agrees to dismantle its nuclear program. Well, with me now is my colleague Jia Gol from BBC Persian, which is part of the BBC World Service. Thanks for coming into the studio. What do we understand is happening in Iran at the moment? What's the impact of these strikes?
Not sure if that's US or
the
Israel.
footage and images we are receiving from eyewitnesses in Tehran all indicate most likely the office of the Supreme Leader of Iran and also the Pastor Street, which is in Tehran. The president office and also many security forces offices are located there. It seems the plume of smoke is rising. There has been a heavy bombardment there, and we are hearing people's voices beneath those footages UGC has sent to us that they say they have flattened the Supreme Leader office. We don't know yet. This is what we are hearing, the people talking, and even some people joyfully, they say they have hit him. They have hit him. It seems many people just after a month ago, so many people has been killed at the protest. So many people were expecting this might come soon.
At the moment, from what you're saying, this is slightly different in terms of what we saw last year, because the Israeli and American strikes mainly targeted ballistic sites or nuclear sites. This is much more about the administration of the Iranian government, it seems, at the moment.
I think a year ago, in June last year, Israeli targeted, decapitated, and I could say almost the entire Iranian Revolutionary Guard leadership. But this time around, the US also has joined forces in this bombardment, and it seems they want to decapitate the political leader and religious leader of the Iranian government, Iranian regime. But we know that the Iranian...
I don't think we're going to have nukes flying yet, but that is always a possibility.
From the experience from last year, we know the Supreme Leader was moved to safe place, and many people say he was living underground. It was almost impossible to find him. But this time around, I think last year, United States joined Israeli just bombing nuclear sites. But this time around, what we are hearing is it seems US also in this with Israel has launched numbers of attacks, not just in Tehran. We have heard explosion reported in the city of Kermanshah, is not far from Iraqi border, is a Kurdish town, from Tabriz, from Qum, from Isfahan. Some of these cities, they have launching pad, missile launching pads. We know in last year also there were a heavy bombardment there. And also, for example, Qum and Isfahan have a nuclear site as well. We don't know exactly at this point of time what has been the target, but Iranian media, the official news agencies, they are reporting that numbers of explosions also have been heard from those cities. One more thing, I saw a video from Iraqi Kurdistan. It was interesting. People in Kurdish, they were talking. They say, somebody says almost 40 missiles over Iraqi airspace are flying over the Iraqi airspace toward Iran. It may be some of those missiles has hit some of the targets in those cities.
Just to say and bring some breaking news to our audience, this coming in from President Trump. He has said a short time ago the US began major combat operations in Iran. So that coming in from President Trump, saying that a short time ago the US began a major combat operation in Iran. What's Iran's capacity to respond to an attack like this?
Well, Iran obviously have a capacity in terms of drones, the suicide drones. They have been using it in different places. And also they have a long-range ballistic missiles, which if they want to, they might be able to attack US bases in the region, US allies, and particularly Israel. Last year during the June war, 12 days wars, I was in Israel, and I know how many missiles penetrated
video
Israeli
showing
Iron
Iranian-
Dome
or sorry,
system
Israeli
defense
fighter
system.
jets
And
over
seems to
Iran.
me in the past few weeks, the American have been deploying
remember-
more anti-missile defense system to the region, and also they have removed some of their assets.
You have to
and
remember, too,
forces
that
from
these,
bases
fighter jets and
which
stuff, they're
is
supposed to be
much
getting hit
closer to
by-
Iran and could be hit by
You know,
short
if you think about it, like, where's the air
range
support?
missiles.
Just to bring
If
a
you remember
little
last time on the
more
12th
of
Day
what,
War, they
President
had to
Trump
take out a bunch of
has
different sites
had to
and
say.
launchers and
He
that kind of
said
stuff to be able to
Iran
actually be in the
can never
sky.
have a nuclear
So the fact that Israeli jets are freely
weapon,
flying across
of course, this is part
is,
of
did the 12-day war
what, he has been saying
decapacitate them enough
following the
before
start
that they can
of
just
these
freely fly over and just shoot whatever they
Israeli
want?
and U.S. strikes on Iran. He said our
Interesting.
objective is to defend the American people. What do you make of that?
You need
Because
albuterol?
the two sides
Take care of
have been
yourself.
talking in the last few weeks, but what we're hearing from Israeli officials is that this
Yes, we just did what we
attack
thought
had
we
been
did.
planned months ago,
The
and
US
the launch
and
dates
Israel
had
have officially been
agreed
attacking
weeks
Iran.
ago. So this was going on whilst we're meant to be talking about ending.
They're doing a decapitation
Iran's
style
nuclear
strike.
program.
They went after Khomeini,
In the
but he's
past
still alive.
few weeks, President
And
Trump
I believe
and
that
also the defense
they're hitting
minister,
nuclear
Keith Haggis,
facilities,
they
which is
say
expected.
all options are on the table. It looked like a carrot and stick. Everybody knew, many interpreted that deploying so many aircraft carrier and assets to the region, and even President Trump called Armada as a massive deployment of those hardware to the region. They thought they might trying to put pressure on Iranian, but all the sign was indicated they might want to attack Iran. Because in the past, a few years ago, when they were negotiating with Iranian government, they were negotiating about the degree of enrichment, but this time around, Iranian government is in a very weak position. Economy is crippling. Just a month ago, there was a mass uprising. Thousands of people have been killed. So many people inside the country unhappy with the situation. And also Israeli and American know that Iranian government, Iranian regime is a very weak spot. They have lost the proxies in the region. Hezbollah in Lebanon is not that strong as it used to be. President Bashar Assad fallen in Syria. Iranian forces there, they are not there anymore. And even during the 12 days war, we witnessed the Shia militias, which had been supported by Iranian over decades, they didn't come to Iranian aid. That's why I think the American and the Israeli knew Iran is in a weak spot. And last year, I was hearing from many officials within Israeli government and former officials, security and intelligence officers, they were saying Iran is on the back foot, we should finish it.
From President Trump, we may have casualties. That happens often in war, but we're doing this for the future. We're going to destroy Iran's missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally obliterated. We're going to annihilate their navy. The U.S. is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this wicked and radical dictatorship from threatening America. Iran is attempting to rebuild its nuclear program and build long-range missiles that could soon reach the American homeland. So he's saying that the U.S. is directly in threat. We tried to make a deal, but they just wanted to practice evil. They refused. We're not going to put up with Iran's mass terror any longer.
Reduce their enrichment to zero, and even they talking about the range of
So
the
officially official.
missiles, and talking about Iran should not support the proxies in the region. And it seems to me the demands have been more and more in the past week or so.
You mentioned there just how weak
A short
the
time ago,
Iranian government is
the United
at the
States
moment. We don't know the
military
intention of
began
these strikes. We don't know if
major
there's any kind of
combat
effort.
operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels in international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again, they can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
Thoughts on his message? Put a 1 if you think that was pre-recorded. Put a 2 if you think that was live. I highly doubt that's live. He's probably asleep and he knows exactly what was going to happen today. All right, so let's start looking at some of this other news and get caught up on. There's a lot of news out there. Obviously, we have reports of fighter jets. We have Israeli fighter jets. We have U.S. fighter jets. There's cruise missiles. So this is a video of cruise missiles flying. But you can see these, they're flying fairly low. And there's several. You can see there's probably at least a dozen right here flying by. And because they're playing music, obviously I muted it. But this is what it looks like when the cruise missiles are coming in. And these could be nuclear, right? They're not, probably. But they can be. So, definitely a lot of stuff going on. A lot of information coming out. We have explosions in multiple areas. He basically just said that, you know, if the IRGC puts down their guns, then he'll let them, you know, basically do their thing. Someone's saying the videos are too loud. Let me see if I can turn it down here a little bit. Are the videos too loud for everyone? Let me know in the chat. I can definitely adjust things. But you can see people running away. They apparently targeted the Nuclear Atomic Energy Organization of Iran's headquarters. So they hit these guys here. So, I mean, they're just going all out. And I think it's going to get a lot worse. But I think they're going to target, obviously, all of the leadership. But they said explosions were heard in Tehran. Sirens in Israel. Obviously, if they're attacking, they're going to get attacked. So they're trying to prep for that. The Israel's defense minister says they launched a preemptive strike. So that means that they were assuming that Iran was going to attack them. And missiles and drones were expected to be coming into Israel. So that's something that we're waiting for right now. There's a pretty good chance that there's something either being launched or heading that way already. And that's what happened in the 19-day or the 12-day war. Started at 8 a.m. their time, daytime. People in school, people on jobs. Afghan authorities say a Pakistani military aircraft crashed. The pilot's been captured by Afghan security forces. The strike on Iran is described as a joint Israeli-American operation. I know initially they were saying that Israel was going to lead it. New explosions heard in Tehran. Second wave of Israeli strikes are underway. This is Masoud Pezekian, and Israeli reports are saying that there was an attempted assassination of him. So whether it was successful or not, we don't know yet. 30 targets across Iran have been struck. The U.S. is carrying out the major strikes. There is something here about Mossad on a Telegram channel, and it says that they're helping return Iran to its glory days. So they're basically, they basically think they're cleansing the area, not necessarily of, people and doing genocide and that kind of stuff, but they're getting rid of the leadership to free the people. So they're doing this for the people. And then the supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, they say he's not in Tehran. So again, he's slipping out. He might have been gone for a while, knowing all this was coming. If he was smart, he would have left already. He could go to Russia. He could go to North Korea, any of those places. The U.S. Embassy in Qatar has instructed its personnel to shelter. We know there was also some alerts in Qatar. And Iran closed its airspace, which I think we already looked at here. But some of you are new coming in. So let's go over here to Middle East. And you can see Iran is clear. Except for a few, I don't know why these, if you're smart, you wouldn't be out there, but looks like there's a couple commercial flights. But they're fully expecting to retaliate, and we'll see where this goes. But let's look at Israel as well. It looks like Israel's pretty cleared out too. So they're definitely both expecting some activity, and I don't see any fighter jets or anything. Let me go to just military. Yeah, so just there's not much that you can see. Obviously, they're gonna have their transponders off, but they are both completely ready to take hits back and forth. The airstrikes aim to dismantle Iran's security apparatus, including their nuclear setup, right? So they're saying that, they think that they're going to prevent them from, that was the whole thing, the talks and everything, is that they were wanting to dismantle their nuclear capabilities. Israeli security says the entire Iranian regime was a target, including Khamenei. So, and the daytime strike is what really, it says it surprised them, but it surprised me too. Typically when you do stuff like this, it's going to be at night. So, very, very interesting. And then New York Times says the attack on Iran is expected to be far broader than last June's strikes. Obviously, last June was just a couple of nuclear facilities. Dozens of strikes are being carried out by the U.S. from bases in the Middle East and from an aircraft carrier, so land and sea. We know about the Atomic Agency. They're so Tehran is planning for retaliation, and the responses will be crushing, is what they say. So I would expect many, many missiles to be flying, and I'm sure we're going to get some video and stuff of that too. We have Israel here getting ready their hospitals. So, they're expecting it to get bad. Pakistan denies the crash, which is interesting. I wonder if they got hit by a missile or something. Iranian state media is broadcasting war songs. I won't play them because of copyright stuff, but that's interesting. So Iran is kind of making a joke out of it, making it kind of fun. IDF is calling up reserve forces, so they're ready to throw everything at it. Israeli media complains that Amir Hatami, he's the commander-in-chief of the Iranian army, he's been killed. Not confirmed, but that's the word, so obviously he was targeted as well. And as we know, if these guys go down, there's going to be more that just pop up in their place. So, it's millions and billions of dollars to kill a few people, and then other people will just do the same thing. Some missiles hit near the presidential palace. They're going after the Khamenei. Hopefully it's not music. Okay. And that's an Iranian MiG. So that is Iran with their Air Force up in the air too. So it could get pretty messy. Trying to see if there's anything else. Trump says they're going to annihilate their Navy. So they're going to try and take on Iran's Navy. And we know that they have fast boats and that kind of stuff as well. Americans may be lost and the U.S. may suffer casualties. So he's expecting the U.S. troops to get involved. I don't know if they're going to be directly on the ground or not. But he says he seems comfortable with that. You know, it's part of war. So let me see what else we have pulling up new over here. I'm trying to find someone besides the BBC. I know not a lot of people are big fans of the BBC overall.
We join you right now with breaking news from the Middle East. Israel has launched preemptive airstrikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran, going after a variety of positions inside the country. Israel's Defense Minister Israel Katz declaring a special state of emergency across the country. Just moments ago, air raid sirens were sounding here in Israel's second largest city of Tel Aviv and across major population centers here in the Middle East, warning civilians to stay close to protected areas, to bomb shelters, understanding that in the minutes and hours ahead, Israel may come under direct Iranian attack. We are getting a new statement from Israel's Defense Minister Israel Katz. He says, in part, the state of Israel has launched a preemptive strike against Iran. Defense Minister Israel Katz declares a special and immediate state of emergency across the entire country. The state of Israel has launched a preemptive strike against Iran to remove threats to the state of Israel. As a result, a missile and UAV drone attack is expected against the state of Israel and its civilian population in the immediate time frame. Remember, there has been an ongoing U.S. military buildup across the region for the past 2 months. The world's largest aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald R. Ford, is now just off the coast of Israel, near to the northern city of Haifa. You have the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group in the Arabian Sea, a variety of U.S. destroyers in locations across the region. And of course, U.S. fighter jets, not only here in Israel, but also in places like Jordan. You heard just last night President Trump talking about what he prefers, a peaceful and diplomatic path that was offered to the Iranians, understanding, though, that they have been incredibly difficult in the past to reach agreements with. And while the president sent his negotiators to the region, to Oman, and then ultimately to Geneva, Switzerland over the past month, both U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and his son-in-law Jared Kushner, ultimately the coordination was happening at the highest level, we understand, between the Americans and the Israelis if a decision was made to launch such a strike. And so we are waiting to get additional information from Israeli and American sources to determine what exactly has taken place. But I'm going to give you all of the updates that we are getting in right now as we receive them. We understand, according to the transportation minister of Israel, that Israel has now closed its airspace to civilian flights. Again, this is a precaution, understanding that the Israelis now are bracing for a variety of incoming possible ballistic missile and UAV attacks against their country. Remember, we were reporting here live during the 12-day war last June as the Israelis and the Iranians exchanged blows, and the Iranians
what the targets are. We know that the United States will have significant intelligence from Iran. We know that they're working hand in hand with the Israelis. What they will be preparing for now is the backlash. We already saw that with the evacuation of some embassies around the region when non-essential staff were told that they should leave, and they should leave now. That suggests that perhaps, as Donald Trump was saying, he hadn't made a decision. The wind was moving in the direction of an attack. Of course, there'll be allies in the region who'll be concerned, particularly about the idea of regime change. We remember, if you go back to the original Iranian Revolution in the 70s, there was a real possibility for a short period of time after Ayatollah Khomeini returned to the country that people described as radical Islamists may well take over the country. They were eventually defeated. but there is no guarantee there is a clear
Do they have
path
nuclear
for
power?
whoever
Are
may
you talking
take
about
over
Iran?
the Iranian government now. It throws
We know
up
that Israel
all
does, we know
sorts
the
of
US
levels
does,
of
and there's
uncertainty,
lots of
something
people
Donald
saying
Trump
that
has
Iran probably
criticised
does.
others for.
They were
particularly
enriching
when it
their
came
uranium to, I
the
believe,
war
60%,
in
and you have to
Iraq,
get to
and it
about 90
appears he's
to make
now
it
walking
weapons
into
grade.
a similar situation
And
himself.
but they don't even have to do that.
Alan, thank you
because
very
they're,
much. Alan Fisher,
you know, they're in
US
bricks,
correspondent
so they
in
could have been
Washington
given
there.
nukes
It's
by
just past
China,
8
by
GMT.
Russia,
If you're just
by North
joining us
Korea.
on Al Jazeera, extensive
So,
coverage
as far as we know,
of
they
the
can have it.
US and Israel attacking Iran continues. In just the last few minutes, US President Donald Trump has confirmed that the U.S. has begun major combat operations in Iran. He says the objective is to defend the American people by eliminating what he calls imminent threats from the Iranian regime. The attacks on Iran began on the capital, Tehran, but we understand that they're now also taking place in cities across the nation. Iranian airspace has been shut and mobile services have been cut. An Iranian official has said that the country will retaliate and that the response, quote, will be crushing. Now, aside from Tehran, as I've said, there have been attacks in several other cities, including the holy city of Qom, Karaj near the capital Tehran, Isfahan also in central Iran, Tabriz in the northwest, and Kermanshah and Ilam both in the west towards the border with Iraq. Well, we have a team of correspondents in Washington, D.C., in Jordan's capital, Amman, in Geneva, where the U.S.-Iran talks recently took place, in Ramallah as well. We also have analysts and correspondents in Iranian capital. Let's start with here our guests in the studio, Ali Hashim, who's covered Iran extensively, and Mohanad Seloum from the Doha Institute of Graduate Studies. Ali, first of all, let me come to you because I know you're talking to your contacts in Tehran. What are they telling you about the whereabouts of the Iranian leadership?
Well, just talking to a close aide to the Iranian president right now, he told us that the president wasn't harmed by the first wave of attacks.
Now, that is President Masoud Pezeshkian.
President Masoud Pezeshkian. Now, with respect to the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, there's no information about his whereabouts, but since, after the attack, there were reports in Tehran that he wasn't there, he wasn't in the complex. And given the fact this is a deja vu moment, it would be very unlikely that these officials, especially that high, will be in expected areas in their premises or in their headquarters. So for now, what we know is that the president isn't harmed. The Supreme Leader probably wasn't in the complex, but this attack, it's clear, it was mainly aimed at decapitating.
Right, because of the targets, right? The targets in the Iranian capital included official buildings.
Yeah, I mean, when they're hitting Pastor is where the presidency is, it's where the Supreme National Council is, it's close to the assembly, the experts assembly. It's also on the other side, Jamhuri Islami, towards the south from there, the house of the Supreme Leader. And hitting towards the east, there's the IRGC command. So it's clear that these are kind of clear attacks on the heads, on the command and control. How much this was successful, wasn't it successful?
It's too early to tell.
Yeah, it's too early to tell.
Mohanad Seloum, let me come to you. What did you make of what we heard from President Trump confirming this major operation, saying that the objective is to destroy Iran's missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground, but interestingly also telling Iranians in that statement that the hour of your freedom is at hand. When we're finished, take over your government, a message to the Iranian people as well.
Well, this is a regime change war. This is not about missiles. This is not about the nuclear system anymore. What the message coming from DC is that we are going to change the regime. And talking about the types of targets, I mean, for a security analyst, for a security scholar like me, I don't think Pezeshkian or any senior official would be in these buildings.
Yeah.
These attacks
given the build-up we've seen and the threats we've heard from the Trump administration in the last few months.
And the US knows that very well. So what they're doing, basically, this is symbolic. This is a message to the Iranian people that if you like, these buildings, the places where these people were ruling you, we have destroyed them. We have targeted them, and they are running. They're on the run. So it's your time to take over these places and rule your country. This is one side of the story.
But the Iranian leadership would have prepared for such a scenario. As Ali said, they would have had a plan B, a plan C, a plan D even for such a situation? Would they have not?
I mean, I'm wondering if
So
any of
that
those
is
people
one
were
side
even
of the
there.
story. I was about to say the other side of the story.
Someone said
is
my
the
mic
Iranian
volume is
regime.
not
Obviously,
that
they have a
great.
plan for
I heard
this.
that
They
from my stream
knew what is
yesterday too.
coming. And
Can you
also
guys
they
hear me
have
okay on the mic?
learned
Let me
so
know.
many lessons from what happened in Iraq.
And it looks like we
And so
have
what they're going to do
Russian
is
doomsday
basically
planes.
have a first line of command, second line
So
of
they look
command,
like they might be
third
heading
line
out
of
towards their
command.
bunkers.
But if we are
Obviously, we know
hearing the
Russia
story
and
about this,
all these different
obviously the
countries are
US
linked.
has told this to as
So
well.
since Iran is
So
being
what is
attacked,
going on here
now we
is
have Russian,
the US is
probably
attacking
Putin,
Iran
and all those guys
with
are
a
heading towards their
plan
bunkers.
That has been in a preparation
So
for
that's
months.
just kind of an
They
indication
have
of
the
where things are at right now.
capabilities, They have the almost complete control of the skies. They have the satellites, the technology.
They hit naval
everything.
bases.
And as we hear that Iran
So
is
they're
under
going all
cyber
out.
attack,
They're
maybe
hitting the
something else,
IRGC.
maybe
They're going
something
after
bigger than
leadership.
that.
They went
the
after
attacks that
Khomeini
we
and the
understand
president.
came from
Apparently,
both
they
the
didn't
air
get them.
and the sea.
And then now they're attacking the
Yes,
Navy as
and
well.
also ballistic missiles coming from Israel. So it's not only air and sea, also ballistic missiles coming from
Iranians have the ability to launch ballistic missiles. They take about 12 minutes to get to Israel,
That's funny.
and
It
they can
looks like
cause
the,
significant
Al
damage to
Jazeera
major
site.
population centers here. We also know that Israel has a variety
Al
of air
Jazeera
defense
site had
systems at its
virus?
ability, and some of those include the short-range systems, the Iron
Did you guys
Dome
see this?
system, the Arrow system, and also David's Sling. You also have Patriot missile defense systems and THAAD systems provided.
So I don't see any military activity. And I'm assuming the commercial planes. Hopefully you're still, well, there's one flying. So there's still a couple of planes that are up. Now this could be leadership and people leaving. This could be people last minute trying to get out of there. We have a Qatar flight. I don't see any flights at all in Israel. So they've cleared the airspace on both. Interesting. And of course, there's a lot of information that's coming out. I'm going to pull this back up for now.
As the result of these attacks, what happens next?
War, but we're doing this not
They're
for
playing this
now.
again.
We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
That's interesting. So he says this is their only chance for generations to take over their country again. So he's trying to set them up. He's trying to decapitate the leadership, or at least make them leave, and then have them take over their country. I wonder if they're going to actually install someone. Put a 1 in the chat if you think they're going to install leadership. Put a 2 if you think that the current leadership will just rise the next people up. And Casey, thanks for letting me know that you cannot hear me when there's a video playing, so I'll make sure I don't talk over them at the same time. It should not be a blank poll. Is YouTube messing with me again? It says, should we be attacking Iran? I see people have voted. There's 171 votes. So it looks like 91% are saying that we should should not. So 91% says we should not, 9% says we should.
The president there, just pick out the key details from what he had to say.
That was absolutely extraordinary from Donald Trump. Remember, in the build-up to this has all been talking about nuclear ambitions, quite, relatively limited scope of negotiations. That was, in short, a call for regime change. That was essentially sounded to me like a declaration of war against the regime, not necessarily the country, but the regime. He finished that statement by saying, people of Iran essentially rise up, overthrow your government. That was a far broader kind of prospectus than maybe we might have expected given the build-up. To go back to the start of that, I thought it was interesting. He started with a sort of a history lesson, or his perspective on it, of the various things he said the Iranian government had done to America, whether it's from the storming of the embassy shortly after the revolution to the sinking of the USS Cole to the funding of militia in the Middle East. He listed a long list of grievances they had. And then
I'm testing out my mic again. You guys are saying it's really low. Let me see. Testing. Interesting. It does look like it's low. Let me check if my system is low for some reason. Okay, maybe this is it. All right, let me know if that's any better. It looks like the system mic was turned all the way down for some reason. Technology always makes it fun. All right, is that better? So now it's too loud. Too loud. Well, we can't win, can we? Let me see.
And of the potential for war, but actually one of the things that analysts said and insiders said is that the reason that the US wouldn't do this 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago is because they didn't have the air defenses in place. They do now have far more air defenses in place. But even though they've got their Patriot missile systems, other defenses around, they know that Iranian ballistic missiles will target their bases, will target maybe their allies, will certainly target Israel.
All right, so this should be just about right. This should sound like it is good to go. Let me know. Confirm in chat, please.
It's important to emphasize that wasn't because American forces will be killed on the ground going into Iran. This is, I think, we're talking about missiles coming back and causing casualties that way.
Gia, your thoughts on the president's statement, as Joe mentioned there, talking about regime change essentially in Iran. How likely is that? How effective can the Americans and Israelis be in that?
Just before answering your question, if an hour ago you would have asked me about this attack, what is the ambition? I might have said, maybe this is just putting pressure on Iran to give more in the negotiation. But after his speech, it is very clear, the message to security forces, choose between death or living, security force, and also asking Iranian people, come out and finish the regime once for all. And I think what he says, it seems to me, is a long term. They have been preparing, they have been deploying hardware, military hardware, anti-aircraft, anti-missile defense system to the region. They have been preparing for this day, and all the sign was indicating they are preparing to attack Iran. But many people, just a few days ago, they were saying most likely this is for pressuring Iranian to give in more. But I think this is exactly what many Iranian among the opposition were hoping for. They were hoping for the President Trump go in, weaken the security forces, and pave the way for people to come out, just like a month ago, to rise up and finish the regime once for all. And actually, just a few minutes ago, one of the major Iranian opposition figures, Prince Reza Pahlavi, came out. He said the promise of President Trump to come to the aid of Iranian people, that moment has come. He has fulfilled his promise, and the time to change the regime is now. And I think all the signs indicating that it might have been planning for the regime change in Iran.
An update that we're getting from the Israeli.
If this mic is still too hot, then I'm probably going to stop the stream because I'm not sure exactly what's going on. Everything looks normal on my side. All the volumes and everything, all the equipment, everything looks good.
Iran, just give us a sense of Iran's capacity to respond militarily to this attack.
Well, Iranian in the past few decades, they have been able to develop their ballistic missiles. Last year, during the June 12 days war, I was in Israel. I witnessed the sheer level of destruction of those missiles those missiles could penetrate through Israeli system, and numbers of them hit the ground, and the level of destruction was massive. Iranians say they have used supersonic missile, which is capable of passing through the defense system. And Iran also have a short-range missile, have a drone capacity, which Russian has used against Ukraine. Iranian give it to them, Shahid drones. And I think they have that kind of capacity. The question is whether Israel or American be able to attack the launching pad. That's exactly what Israel did last year. They were attacking the launching pad. From the moment those mobile launching pads were moving, they were attacking them.
All right, breaking news. It looks like we have alerts going across Israel, which usually means incoming. So this could be interesting. And I'll see if I can pull up Zophar so we can see it directly. But there's incoming right now in Israel.
Most likely U.S. bases also could be the target for Iranian security forces and Iranian missiles. And we know they have that capacity. In the past few days, the commander of Iranian Revolutionary Guard, the commander of Iranian army, they have threatened if United States start the war, we will respond with a force never seen before. But we have to wait to see exactly what kind of force, what kind of weapons they have in their hand they can confront American and Israelis at this point of time.
Yes, Joe, what do you make of that, considering the military presence already there in the region?
I think what Gia said is exactly right, but there's one other thing I think to add to that. It's really important to remember that the US, whilst it has these very sophisticated air defense systems, as does Israel, the number of interceptors they have is comparatively small compared to the huge number of ballistic missiles that the Iranians have. So while they have the capacity to defend themselves, they don't if eventually their stocks of interceptor missiles will start to be degraded, probably faster than the Iranian ballistic missiles would run out if they don't destroy them on the ground. So that's going to be the really important thing for the Americans and the Israelis to be kind of aiming to do here, will be, as Gia says, to take out those launch pads, because if there is a sustained ballistic missile campaign from Iran, eventually they will start to get through with greater numbers, and the consequences of that could be very severe for the Americans and the Israelis.
Joe Inwood and Gia Gold, thank you so much for bringing us the very latest on that here in the studio. Well, let's go live to Doha now and speak to our correspondent there, Barbara Plett-Usher. And Barbara, Doha is one of those areas, Qatar, one of those countries that would be worried about any potential Iranian response.
Yes, especially because Qatar was the one Arab country that was hit during the 12-day war, because it hosts the biggest American air base in the region, the El Udeid military base, which is essentially the forward base or headquarters for the Central Command. It's the hub for all their big air operations in Iraq and Syria and Afghanistan, for their logistics. About 10,000 troops there, a lot of aircraft stationed there. Last time, Catherine, you'll remember that the Iranians targeted Al Udeid, but they signaled very much ahead of time that they were going to do so, and all of those missiles were shot out of the air. So it was kind of performative. It was sort of an indication or a message being sent, and they've made very clear this time that that's not going to be the case, that they are ready to strike U.S. military bases throughout the region, and there are 13 of them throughout the region, here in Qatar and Bahrain, in the UAE, in Iraq and Syria.
Right now, there are commercial flights over Israel. Not sure why. Why would they do that? And then we have let's look at our military drones. I was trying to see if there's any incoming. I'm trying to see if there's anything, missiles and all that kind of stuff, see if we can see any of it. There are some sites that are pulling up that stuff, and they'll have maps of all the different missiles and things that fly, but we don't have that yet. So I'm just kind of waiting for that. We know naval air forces have been hit. There's a lot of people that are showing this. They're saying that the sirens are active in northern Israel. I don't see that on their app. So this is the app right here. So this app usually shows all that incoming, and see this person saying all this is here. This is part of the problem when you have like these early, you know, when you're kind of here first in the wars and everything, is you don't know what's real and what's not. But based on this, it's the same exact application. It's not showing anything, but we'll have to assume that this is true. This is being put out by Intel sites, and they said the sirens active. So as of right now, they're racing for either drones, missiles, you know, some variation of those, or all the above. So we'll see what happens with that. And hopefully nothing major.
Without any forward warning. In fact, the Iranian officials had been saying we made a mistake last time, actually. We were too slow, we were too careful. Now look what we're facing, and that's not going to happen again. Now, from satellite images we've seen over the last couple of days, it looks as if, especially in Bahrain, where you have the naval fleet, the 5th Naval Fleet there, and also here in Al Udeid, the aircraft and the ships have been moved out. The satellite images are showing that the areas are quite empty. We've also had reports that troops have been moved out as well, although we don't have concrete details on how many and to where. But this is quite critical for the administration, for the Trump administration, because polls have shown that the American public has a very low tolerance for American.
All right, just in, we have a statement from Netanyahu. My brothers and sisters, citizens of Israel, a short while ago, Israel and the United States launched an operation to remove the existential threat posed by the terrorist regime in Iran. I thank our great friend President Donald Trump for his historic leadership. For 47 years, the Ayatollah regime has called death to Israel, death to America. It has shed our blood, murdered many Americans, and slaughtered its own people. This murderous, terrorist regime must not be allowed to arm itself with nuclear weapons that would enable it to threaten all of humanity. Our joint action will create the conditions for the brave Iranian people to take their destiny into their own hands, which is also what President Trump said. The time has come for all the people of Iran, Persians, Kurds, Azerbaijanis, Balak, and Al-Swazi to cast off the yoke of tyranny and bring about a free and peace-seeking Iran. I call on you citizens of Israel to follow the instructions of the Home Front Command. In the coming days during Operation Roaring Lion, we will all be required to show patience and inner strength. Together we will stand, together we will fight, together we will ensure the eternity of Israel. So it's interesting that he mentions, let's see, he said death. So they're saying death to Israel and death to America. And then down here when he closes, he says the eternity of Israel, not America, but neither here nor there, but kind of interesting verbiage.
Come from strikes on the military bases here. So the Americans, the administration has been shipping anti-aircraft defenses to these places, as well as we've talked many times about the military firepower that it has amassed in the Gulf. But still, President Trump did warn that Americans might die. He's gauging there whether the American public will be able to absorb that. And clearly his message, his long speech there, was to try to justify going back to all of America's grievances with Iran, actually, rather than focusing on why it might be necessary right now from a security point of view for the Americans to do this, signaling that they may be hearing about some casualties.
And Barbara, we'll continue to monitor the reaction in the region. We are looking at these flight radar images which show that the airspace across Iran and Iraq is closed at the moment. You mentioned there Iran's strike on Qatar last year, the fact that it was highly signaled, it was choreographed essentially. This time around, are those channels of communication open, do we know? And is there a sense that
So from what I can see right now, this is the rocket alerts. So this might be what people are referring to. So this is the rocket alert.live, and this will tell you how many rockets are heading their way. And you can see here on this map, you know, it looks like they're pretty lit up in certain areas, but I don't see anything for incoming missiles. I just see rockets and UAVs. So there could be drones coming in, and that can be just as bad as missiles. So I'll keep an eye on that. If anything starts coming in video-wise directly from those, then I'll show you that as well.
At the moment. Now, certainly the regional leaders have done everything they could to keep those channels of communication open over the past 2 months. There's been enormous diplomatic activity, calls, many calls, visits to Iran, visits by Iranian officials to Qatar and other areas. The regional leaders speaking with the Americans, trying to tamp down the pressure, trying to find a way out of this. The most recently, of course, you had the Omani foreign minister, which has been mediating in these nuclear talks, taking a quick trip to the U.S. to meet with the vice president and saying, look, we actually do have a breakthrough in these talks. The Iranians have agreed that they would not keep any enriched uranium on their soil. They would move their stockpile immediately. That's a breakthrough. So they've been doing everything they can because they are worried about what might happen. They are aware that Iran is weakened. It's not as strong as it was a couple of years ago, but it does have a very...
It's official. So we officially have a barrage of missiles heading towards Tel Aviv. And it says Iran fires additional ballistic missiles on Israel. Additional meaning more. So there's some that's already on the way. And another barrage has been launched towards the state of Israel. And sometimes it can take a while for the missiles to get there. So we're waiting on that. And then multiple different agencies are reporting on this. Another barrage, more explosive. So yeah, I mean, everything is pushing the direction that Israel's about to get hit. So we will see what happens with that. That's they're pretty lit up. I mean, that's covering a big area. Trying to see if there's anything more specific about what was fired. Maybe we'll know more about the missiles and the drones and things here in a minute. It says, well, it says, so Israel's saying only 2 ballistic missiles were fired. Sirens in Jordan. Internet blackout. So NetBlocks is saying that Iran's down to only 4% internet connectivity. So it sounds like they're doing some hacking as well and blacking them out.
They are in range as well as Israel. They're worried beyond that, that if this was going to be perceived as an existential threat, which I think we can say quite confidently it will be, given what President Trump just said, that the Iranians might target not just the U.S. bases, but they might target directly oil and gas infrastructure, which is, of course, the lifeblood of the petrostates here, that they might close the Strait of Hormuz, which is this narrow waterway where much of the oil shipments go through. And so that has been something that's a great deal of concern. You've actually had, in recent days, seen countries like Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates increase their oil shipments, their oil exports, presumably because they were worried that this might come to pass. We don't have any information about what sort of talks, what sort of channels might be open at this stage between, say, Qatar and other regional leaders with the Iranians. The supreme leader, as we've heard, is not in Tehran. He's gone into hiding again. It's not clear how accessible people are. We have a report from the semi-official Iranian news agency that thousands of Revolutionary Guards have been killed and wounded. So it sounds as if it might be a little bit difficult to organize communication on that level. But it is something that is they are watching very closely here. I would add, Catherine, that I mentioned that if there are American casualties, they would be at these bases. There are a lot of Americans in Qatar. There are close ties between Qatar and the United States. The Georgetown University, from whom you had a guest recently, he was in Qatar. That's the Georgetown.
This is interesting. I'm not sure how real this is. But it looks like Reza Pahlavi had a statement. Basically, it looks like he's going to be the installed Iranian, let's see. It looks like he's going to be installed there in Iran. And he says, long live Iran. So let's see if this is in English.
نه کشور و ملت بزرگ ایران.
So translation, he's basically saying, dear compatriots, moments of destiny lie ahead of us. The aid of the President of the United States promised to the brave people of Iran has arrived. This is a humanitarian intervention. So he's saying that them getting bombed is a humanitarian intervention, and it's to target the Islamic Republic. So again, if they're just going after the IRGC, then this might be a good thing in the eyes of many countries. But if they, obviously, if civilians and stuff get into it, then that's a whole different story. He says the final victory is in our hands. So they're trying to get, apparently, this guy and some others to overthrow the current regime as they're being bombed. And then the Islamic Republic is collapsing. Message is clear. You have sworn an oath to protect Iran and the Iranian people, not the Islamic Republic and its leaders. So they're trying to stage a coup behind the scenes, and it sounds like Trump has said that same message, and it sounds like Netanyahu has said the same message. So definitely the plan is to overthrow the current administration there.
Personnel to shelter in place, and that the American citizens should do the same. I'm not aware that it issued a warning mandating people to leave. There has not been a great deal of information about people being told that they needed to depart because of the imminent threats.
Barbara, just looking at Iran's influence across the region, in Lebanon, in Yemen, what kind of conversations are people having about the potential unraveling of Iran's influence in the region?
Well, Iran's influence in the region has been unraveling, Catherine, since the beginning of the October war, because the Israelis have gone further out from their boundaries, and they have attacked Hezbollah, as you know, and very much weakened it with constant strikes, killing the leader as well. They have weakened Syria, Bashar al-Assad's regime was weakened to the extent that it fell. So the militias there, the Iranian-sponsored militias there, have been weakened. There are pro-Iran militias in Iraq.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working.
Give me 1 second here. I'm trying to pull up a different news agency because BBC isn't really talking about stuff that's happening right now. They're just blabbing in general.
So I very much doubt that the fall of the regime would, sadden a good or large portion of the Iranian people. But does that mean that these attacks or strikes lead to the people going on the street and seize the institution as the President Trump asked for it? Not necessarily. There are various things that the people in Iran would keep in mind when they want to make that move that the President Trump desires. First and foremost is their own safety. If the attacks between the Iran and United States and Israel continues to escalate, going on a streets while the Tehran is on a heavy bombardment is not going to be a feasible option for the Iranian public. The second consideration that they have, what would them going on the street make for the country? If the Iranian security and military apparatus collapses, given to Iran's neighborhood, given to Iran's demography, given to the fact that Iran has Afghanistan and its eastern border, there is a great chance the country falls into the security vacuum and through then to the total instability. I'm not saying that this is 100%, but it is among possibility. If this possibility arises, there would be a huge calculation and dilemma among the Iranian public. Should I go on the street and fuel the further instability that can cost me my life, or I should stand by to figure out what can happen, which will give the regime a chance to regroup and mobilize its forces and recontrol the country.
We haven't spoken yet about Reza Pahlavi, the son of the former Iranian Shah. He's been talking to the Trump administration. Do you see him as a potential figure in any kind of transition, if we get to that point, transition in Iran?
This is a good question, and to be frank, very hard question to answer. Prince Reza Pahlavi has proved himself to be the most reputable and most famous and most influential figure among the Iranian opposition outside of the country. So if we go through the Iranian opposition outside of the country, no other figure has so far his power, his influence, and it seems that in a protest inside the Iran in January, one of the things that been witnessed, that there have been quite a bit of the slogans in his favor. And we haven't heard the similar thing about other figures. So he is one of the top candidate or the top candidate. But does that mean that he is capable or has the ability to assume power in Iran? It's a different story. Reza Pahlavi, despite the popularity that he has among some of the Iranians, specifically speaking diaspora, he wasn't able to establish a network in Iran. We haven't seen it so far that, he has an established network and, a leadership or party among inside Iran. This is the difference that he has with Ayatollah Khomeini, who the founding father of the 1979 revolution.
It looks like there's been a first impact in Israel. So this is correct. It's not AI or something. They're saying that Iran has launched missiles at Israel with footage showing the first impact. So they must have launched this quite a while ago, and they already said it's the second salvo. There's sirens going off in Haifa. So they have incoming. So they're both going to be getting hit. Interesting. So I'm trying to find a map of the actual, there's some maps that can show the actual missiles and stuff coming in. I know some people have it done with AI and that kind of stuff, but yeah, I'll keep this going. And then when I find that, I'll let you know.
US-Israeli operation against Iran. We've also been hearing from Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He addressed Israel saying the time has come for all segments of the Iranian people to throw off the yoke of tyranny and bring about a free and peaceful Iran. Well, let's bring in Giago from BBC Persian. He's been following developments with me.
So this is live cams on AP. And they're not showing this as being specifically live cams. But we can see they're obviously waiting for incoming missiles. You could hear the sirens. People are obviously going to be going to their shelters. Reports of smoke plume in Tel Aviv. Yeah, people said there's been some hits. This is the second set of incoming, I believe, right now that we're hearing the alarm for. This is a live cam, by the way. It looks like a U.S. naval base in Bahrain is being suspected of being attacked here too. There's sirens sounding there. So Iran's doing exactly what they said they were going to do. They said they were going to attack all the U.S. bases and stuff, so we are heading that direction. Very interesting. So people are getting blocked. This is the typical site that you would see the missile and rocket alerts at. And it says that I'm being blocked. So I don't know if they blocked everyone outside of Israel, maybe, like an IP block. Very strange. That means they have incoming. Now remember, they have the Iron Dome system. So it sounds like at this point they're intercepting a bunch of stuff, but we probably would have heard explosions from that too. So I'm not sure exactly what's going on at this point. This is a live view, and I'm looking to see if there's actually any confirmed hits or anything in Tel Aviv or Haifa. There are reports of interceptions. You see that there? So those white puffs that were up there, that's the interceptors intercepting those missiles. So they've definitely had some incoming. They definitely have caught some with the Iron Dome. If you remember last time, they definitely ran out of interceptors, or were very close. Yeah, lots of reports of explosions in Israel. People aren't sure yet if it's if they've actually had anything get hit or if it's interceptors. More explosions in eastern Tehran. More cruise missiles. So you can see there's some pretty big destruction. I don't know if the U.S. is going all out yet. I don't know if we're using the stealth bombers and all that, but definitely fighter jets and cruise missiles coming in from the carriers. Still lots of alerts going. We'll see if did they block these too. We have more U.S. Tomahawks flying in. That's the sound you definitely don't want to be on the receiving end of hearing. And we have the live cam going here. This is looking at Israel.
300 projectiles fired from Iran to Israel. There was a combination of cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, and drones over the course of hours. That campaign began. And you'll recall, Jessica, that the U.S. military was very involved in shooting down, especially those drones, but helping to intercept many of those projectiles before they made their way. October 2024, again, Iran tried to fire up almost 200 missiles at Israel. In that case, many of Israeli air defense systems were able to block those, with only a few getting through. Iran also has retaliated against the United States after Midnight Hammer in June. Iran firing a series of ballistic missiles at a U.S. base in the region, Al Udeid in Qatar. So we have seen that they will retaliate with ballistic missiles, with cruise missiles, and with drones. It is fair to assume that that's what we will see here. I think the initial volley will be ballistic missiles. And why that's important is those are the fastest ones that Iran can get to Israel. It's literally a matter of minutes. Whereas when you talk about something like a cruise missile, it takes more, like closer to an hour or more. Drones can take hours to get all the way from Iran to Israel. But again, that's what we have seen them do in the past. Now, the big question here is exactly how much of Iranians' ballistic...
The birds have gotten me a few times too, so don't feel bad. I saw a bird fly by. I was like, oh, there it goes. But yeah, the birds are having fun. They're active and just hanging out.
Houses and facilities where they store ballistic missiles. The launches are a little bit more difficult, though, Jessica, because many of them are mobile. They have been moving around. They are not as easy to track and to target. That being said, if either Israel or the U.S. or both have been targeting some of these facilities and some of these launchers, it could delay or even blunt any of these retaliatory actions, meaning it could simply take longer, or if they've really been able to destroy any significant piece of the Iranian stockpile of missiles, it could really, as I said, blunt any real action or retaliatory strikes against Israel or the U.S. forces in the region.
It sounds like the U.S. and Israel are also targeting oil and gas infrastructure in Iran, at least southern Iran.
The president has said no one should challenge the strength and might of U.S. armed forces, but also in almost the next breath, he said we may lose lives. There will be casualties. What do we know about the way now that the U.S. military prepares to be involved there for the foreseeable future and in teaming up, so to speak, with the IDF to prepare for these retaliatory strikes?
Yeah, I mean, what we have seen, Jessica, over the last several weeks is what I would call sort of the modern military buildup for a conflict. So there have been a lot of comparisons to 2003 when the U.S.
There is an Israeli submarine. I think some of the stuff is being hacked, based on what I'm seeing. It's very strange that internet's down there, and I've seen some very strange behavior with the different sites and stuff that are around here. And X looks like it's being funky too, but see if it'll let me show you now. So we have this Israeli Navy submarine. It's departing Haifa port at high speed on live broadcast. So it looks like they're going to be launching from some subs as well. And typically, obviously, these submarines can be nuclear, but I don't think it's going to be nuclear in this case, at least not yet.
If the U.S. or Israel, for that matter, is doing strikes into Iran, the F-22 can fly in ahead. They can jam, essentially, or strike if they want to, the air defenses of Iran, basically laying a path or charting a path for manned aircraft to come in with much less danger to them at being shot down. The F-22 obviously also has the ability to carry out strikes. It's very fast, it's stealthy, but it also has been proven to be able to fire at an air-to-air strike on an incoming drone or missile. So it has an air defense capability as well. Those are the sorts of very advanced capabilities that the U.S. has brought in. So while we haven't seen the scale, the 130 plus thousand men and women like like before the war in Iraq, we have seen much more advanced assets and weapons that have been brought to bear, and that is also included in the naval assets that the U.S. has brought in. Now, that being said, what they have right now provides the U.S. military with the ability to take offensive strikes into Iran and to protect or take defensive action against Iranian retaliation for a matter of days or perhaps weeks, but it is not an unlimited ability that's there. Specifically when we're talking about the defensive capability, the air defenses, they have the ability from both the airstrikes that I mentioned, from the air assets, also from naval ships to take out incoming ballistic missiles, incoming cruise missiles, but it is not an unlimited ability. And you'll remember back to the 12-day war when the U.S. expended an enormous amount of their defensive capabilities. Those are not unlimited. If this were to really be sustained, and I'm talking about weeks and into months, the U.S. would have to flow more forces in to be ready for that kind of really extended campaign. And I'm not talking about ground, by the way. I'm talking about standoff. The Tomahawks are a perfect example of that. Well, we already know that they've been using. That provides a direct, targeted, specific ability to strike a location in Iran with a standoff capability for the U.S. Navy. They aren't far enough away, frankly, that Iran can't reach them with a ballistic missile, but they're far enough away that if Iran were to launch on a ship that is launching off a TLAM or a Tomahawk, they know it's coming. They have the ability to most likely defend themselves. And don't forget what can fire Tomahawks: submarines. They're much more difficult to hit because they're underwater and it's not clear where they are.
Right. And as a reminder, according to 3 U.S. officials, the U.S. is firing those Tomahawk missiles from Navy ships into Iran. Courtney, we heard Richard Engel say that he certainly believes this has the potential to become a regional war. I understand this may be speculation, but you have covered this issue enough that I want to get your perspective on where we think China and Russia.
It looks like there's been a direct impact in Bahrain, which is where a U.S. military base is.
They've been critical of U.S. military intervention, so I wouldn't be surprised if we hear that here as well. Remember, they were critical of the U.S. military raid into Venezuela several weeks ago, where they captured Nicolas Maduro and his wife. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do hear criticism out of both of them. One, to Richard's point about the possibility for a regional war, one of the reasons that some of the nations in that region, we're talking Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and others, are sometimes reticent to allow the U.S. military to not only forward base there, but to launch strikes out of there, is because they don't want to be drawn into something like this. In this case, we have seen allies in the region who, officials have told us, have been pressuring the U.S. not to take this action, not to start a conflict with Iran. I mean, President Trump himself, he said, he referred to this as a war.
Breaking news: Qatar has downed an Iranian missile. Al Jazeera reports citing a Qatari official. So Qatar has officially been attacked as well. About 20 U.S. and Israeli fighter jets are reportedly flying over Dara to bomb Iran right now. So they're launching another strike. And I assume this is in retaliation to the missiles and things that were just launched.
It is 4 a.m. on the East Coast, and it is 12:30 p.m. in Tehran, where the U.S. and Israel have launched strikes and a major military operation targeting Iran. U.S. officials have told NBC News that these strikes are significant and could last several days. The U.S. is calling the operation, quote, epic fury. Footage of Tehran's skyline showing plumes of smoke rising in the air on your screen right now. Officials tell NBC News that the U.S. is attacking from air and sea, and that includes with a large array of fighter jets targeting military and security targets in Iran. U.S. officials are also telling our team that the U.S. is firing Tomahawk missiles from Navy ships into Iran as part of this operation. Now, overnight,
it looks like they are officially so there's these fighter jets that are going over. Apparently they're Israeli and U.S. heading towards Iran. They're launching ballistic missiles at U.S. Navy logistics in Bahrain. So it looks like they're going all out. They're attacking U.S. bases too. They said they were. That's exactly what they said they were going to do. Looks like Russia's Medvedev is saying that, I'm assuming he's talking about Trump, the peacemaker has once again shown his true face. So obviously they're not happy about this, and they're going to talk down about it. But the U.S. bases are being attacked, and it looks like Qatar is also being attacked. And then there's 20 Israeli and U.S. fighter jets flying towards Iran.
وهناك 7 ياي واو 2 4 6 7 8 9 10 10 11 12
Military action there is massive and ongoing. The Office of Israel's Defense Minister is calling the strikes preemptive, declaring a special state of emergency, with Israel saying that Iran's retaliation has already begun with a barrage of missiles heading toward Israel. President Trump delivered these remarks just hours ago. Here is a portion of what he said.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas.
So I just want to point out, obviously we've already seen this video, we've already heard all this, and we played this over an hour ago. So this just shows you how far behind the mainstream media is. They're probably showing stuff that we've been showing, they're showing it about 30 minutes to an hour later.
Troops and the innocent people in many, many countries.
The president also saying tonight, you must lay down your weapons or face certain death. Let's go live to Tel Aviv, Israel, and to our chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel in Tel Aviv. Richard, what is the latest that you're hearing from there right now?
Well, a lot of things to catch up on, even in just the last few minutes since we've been speaking. So the Iranian Revolutionary Guard says that retaliation has begun. There have been reports of air raid sirens and interceptions here in Israel. Also reports of explosions in Bahrain. There was a statement where the U.S. Navy has a major military presence, home of the Fifth Fleet. Bahrain has also just put out a statement a short while ago, Bahrain being a small nation right next to Saudi Arabia, telling people that the siren has been sounded. Citizens and residents are urged to remain calm and head to the nearest safe place. In Qatar, where the U.S. also has a major military presence, a major military base, there has also been a shelter-in-place order issued by the U.S. Embassy. So a lot of preparations underway. Some Iranian response already happening, according to Iranian officials. Iranian media talking about 30 missiles fired at Israel just so far. We have not seen any impacts here in Tel Aviv. We have not heard the missile defense systems, although there have been reports of people hearing explosions in other parts of this country. So this operation does seem to be expanding. Iran now is beginning its response. President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu have both called on the people of Iran to take advantage of this moment and to rise up. President Trump saying specifically that Iranians should now stay off the streets, stay in their homes, wait for a moment when the Iranian regime is weaker, and then go out and try and topple the regime. The Iranian government apparently responding to that. The Iranian Interior Ministry is saying that capacities, and I'm quoting, capacities have been put in place to maintain calm, and the Iranian Interior Ministry telling citizens to stay calm and to...
I'm also monitoring another couple of channels at the same time, and if anything new comes out that's different than what we're watching, then I'll switch over.
That the early reports were that only senior officials had been targeted in this attack. Is that still the case? And what do we know about casualties?
We don't know about casualties. Iranian state media are talking about many residential buildings that have been attacked as well. So according to Iranian media, numerous cities have been attacked in Iran, including Tehran, Isfahan, Qom, Hark, and Kermanshah. They've talked about attacks on attacks near the presidential palace in Tehran, near the Supreme Leader's compound in Tehran. The Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is believed to be in hiding somewhere in the country. Iranians say that the president is safe and was unharmed by the attacks near the compound. So clearly, leadership targets or leaders have been targeted. But when you listen to what President Trump says, he describes this as a wide, broad campaign designed to destroy the Iranian Navy, to destroy its missile program, and to neuter Iranian proxies, which are not just located inside Iran, but spread all across the region.
Yes, he said we will ensure they will never have a nuclear weapon. Richard Engels, stay safe and stay close if you could. We want to go back to NBC's chief
of Doha, perhaps for some time, that U.S. warning, that U.S. embassy warning, telling people to shelter in place, but also to have food and water supplies, to have a plan to exit. There seems to be this urgency from the U.S. embassy to suggest that this may be a protracted event.
So, yeah, the emergency alert we all got on our phones just a short while ago here in Qatar from the Qatari authorities telling everyone here in Doha to stay away from military installations. As you said, a huge U.S. military base in Doha. Difficult to say what is going to be the scope of Iran's retaliation, isn't it, Zain?
Well, I can tell you from...
Correct. It sounds like Trump was saying that, in the previous strikes that we destroyed their nuclear weapons. We don't know if they have technically nuclear weapons, but they are enriching uranium. And once you get to a certain point, it doesn't take much more to produce those weapons. And we know that they have very good missiles and rockets, things like that. So they have the delivery systems to do it. But it sounds like the places they're targeting now is a combination of the leadership, the IRGC itself, so the soldiers and things, their military bases, their depots of ammunition and those type of things, their navy. So they're basically just trying to wipe out the entire regime, is what it looks like at this point.
That if the United States is going to decide to change the Iranian landscape, if Iran is going to have its map changed, it will change the map of the region. So what we are worried about now is that Iran will retaliate in the way that it has been promising all along, that if it is attacked,
as far as evidence goes, they were enriched up to 60%, which is way more than what you need for nuclear power. So clearly they're enriching towards something more than that, which is weaponry. So whether they have 90% enrichment or not to make weapons, we don't know, but they're definitely enriched past the point that they need to be.
As to whether this is something that was intercepted or it made impact, Zain.
I mean, it is going to take time to figure out exactly the details.
Anyone that's new coming in, yes, we are officially at war. Latest report is that U.S. bases have been attacked. Israel has been attacked. Qatar has been attacked. Bahrain has been attacked by Iran. And the U.S. and Israel did the initial attack, the initial strike, and then Iran retaliated. And there's been more than one wave. There's been a first wave, and now a second wave is on the way. And we're seeing that there's damage in both areas. Israel looks like the Iron Dome has gotten most of it. And in Iran, there's been a lot of stuff that's been attacked. The Navy's, the IRGC, Khamenei he was targeted, but apparently not hit. Same with the president of Iran. So they're trying to take out the leadership. So we are at all-out war. We've shown videos of fighter jets, submarines, and all kinds of stuff. So this is full-blown. This is not just like they say it's a preemptive strike, but clearly this is going to go the full distance.
Apparently, there will be some details there about the operations that have been launched this morning. The IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, has confirmed that it has launched a wave of attacks against Israel today. That's a mixture of drone attacks and also missiles So that has been confirmed. Also, announcements from other government institutions, including the Ministry of Interior, asking people to stay calm, to avoid going out, and to get their information only from official sources. So we have an atmosphere of war in Tehran and across the country. Let me tell you about the cities also that we have reports that have been attacked according to the information we have. We have Kunarak city, we have Bushehr province, and we have Kermanshah in the west. We have Qum, south of Tehran. We have Esfahan, that's at the center of the country, and we have Bandar Abbas. Of course, Dizvul also has been attacked. So it's a wide range of attacks that have been confirmed by Iranian semi-official sources. So it's a full mode, a war in full mode now. And also there are information about the air defense systems in the middle of Tehran.
So here's the official report. Someone mentioned Kuwait. So it looks like Iran simultaneously fired ballistic missiles to Israel, Bahrain, United Arab Emirates, and Qatar. And then they say, at some point in here, they say plus Kuwait. So, yeah, it's definitely, they're going after everyone at this point, even people that aren't technically involved or are technically attacking them, but they're just kind of going scorched earth.
And it punches this time around. They have been promising this. They have been saying that this time it's going to be different, that their reaction is not going to be anything like what we have seen before. And also you have, of course, signs of that in Bahrain, in Abu Dhabi, in Doha, where they have started to target even countries that have military bases in them.
Indeed, Iranian officials, as you say, Mohammed, saying that all U.S. bases and interests are within Iran's reach. And Bahrain confirming now that there were attacks inside its territory. The U.S. base in Bahrain, the Navy's Fifth Fleet, has been targeted by a missile attack. Here in Qatar, the defense ministry saying that a missile was intercepted. There have also been explosions heard in the UAE, in Abu Dhabi, the capital of the UAE, as well as Kuwait. So clearly a wide-ranging retaliatory response from the Iranians. They have made preparations for this, as you said. What about the Iranian people, Mohammed?
You introduce your buddy to DTF St. Louis. Whoa. He goes on the site and winds up dead.
I want to know more.
We always want to know more.
Had you ever discussed...
Well, we told you about the traffic jams. That situation is still continuous. Behind me, it is getting even...
I don't know why it's on my account that... I have one with no ads, so I don't know why I switched over to that one. Let me put it back to make sure we don't have any more of those. There we go.
Areas. There have been several loud explosions heard, most likely of interceptions. Some were clearly heard here in Ramallah as well, targeting possibly the missiles that were headed towards in the direction of Jerusalem or Tel Aviv and the coastal area in Israel. Security sources have been quoted by Israeli media, Foley, saying that the first strikes by Israel and the U.S. Aimed at assassinating as many top leaders.
It's official breaking news. Loud bang heard in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates. There are witnesses, and there's been explosions witnessed.
The rhetoric and from the tone of the messaging of the Israeli prime minister that this is not a strike, this is an operation aimed at changing the government, toppling the government in Tehran. The Israeli prime minister very...
Qatar said they have intercepted at least 2 Iranian missiles.
Saying that they are not the target. In the meantime, of course, the Israeli government has also taken steps here in the occupied West Bank, closing the more than 1,000 Israeli checkpoints and roadblocks in the occupied territory, making movement between cities very difficult, if not at all impossible. People rushing to the supermarkets and the gas stations.
So it looks like it's official that Israel's been hit. This is from Iran Observer. Impacts reported in Holon, Israel. So we know that there were, there were missiles launched and possibly drones and that kind of stuff. But most of them, they always say, are intercepted. But obviously a few got through.
occupied West Bank, with the Palestinian Authority trying to give some comfort to residents here, saying that there are food reserves that would be sufficient for up to 6 months. But really, there is a lot of concern here. There are no public shelters in the occupied West Bank. No construction codes would allow it. The construction codes imposed, of course, by the Israeli occupation. So people here are unnerved. They understand that this is a different kind of confrontation, and they're monitoring very closely, Israelis and Palestinians alike, the developments that are happening across the region. This is not just an Israel-Iran confrontation anymore. Very loud explosion that I can hear in the background. I'm not sure the camera can catch it, but more interceptions heard. One more, again, over the skies. One more in the Ramallah area. So certainly this is an ongoing situation with missiles reaching volley after another from Iran, targeting Israel in retaliation for its initial strikes in the early hours of the morning.
As you said, Noor, a lot of concern.
Looks like we have some footage here. This is from Bahrain. What's with these weird ads? But looks like we have some Bahrain impacts that they talked about before. So decent-sized hits. You can see the smoke in the cloud there.
اكو ضربوا البحرين يا شباب ضربوها ضربوا القاعدة الأمريكية لإيران ضربتهم.
Right in the city. You can see them flying through the sky. So you can see the trails left behind the missiles. So they're definitely targeting allies in addition to Israel.
The Iranians targeting the 5th U.S. fleet in Bahrain, missiles intercepted here in Qatar, but also explosions heard in the UAE announcing the closure of its airspace. You talked about the Israeli Prime Minister earlier and his message to the Israeli people, but also to the Iranians.
Make sure you guys hit that like, help YouTube push this out, and subscribe if you're not already subscribed.
Operation Lion's Roar. The objective of the operation is to put an end to the threat from the...
If you think this is going to last more than a week, put a 1 in chat. If you think it's going to be over quick, put a 2. Quick meaning like a couple days, like basically after this weekend.
And U.S. forces. This operation will continue as long as necessary. In recent months, the tyrants in Iran have been plotting to rebuild their nuclear and missile capabilities and to bury them underground, where we won't be able to strike them. If we don't stop them now, they will become invulnerable. To that end, the representatives in negotiations are trying to buy time, attempting to buy time in fruitless and deceitful negotiations with our American friends. Whoever lays down their weapons, including among the regime forces, will ensure their safety and secure their future. The Iranian people in all their diversity, Persians, Kurds, Azeris, Baluch, Abkhazians, and all other citizens of this wonderful nation, this is your opportunity to establish a new and free Iran. Take your destiny into your own hands.
Let's speak to Gideon Levy now, columnist at Haaretz newspaper. He's in Tel Aviv. Gideon, how big of a risk is Netanyahu taking by launching this operation on Iran?
It's not only Netanyahu. Israel is taking a hell of a risk. And as usual, in the beginning, everyone supports any military operation by Israel.
Sorry to interrupt you, Gideon. We've just had another alert here in Qatar from the authorities telling citizens to take shelter and to stay away from military installations because of possibly an incoming Iranian missile. Qatar is home, of course, to the largest U.S. military base in the region, and the National Emergency Alert System going off again, asking citizens to take shelter and stay away from military installations. Continue, Gideon. Apologies. We will have a lot of interruptions, I assume, in the next few hours here as we continue to follow the Iranian retaliation to the attack on its territory. Go ahead, Gideon.
First of all, solidarity with you all in Qatar. We are facing obviously the same here. I have now to go to the shelter here. So we continue later. I have to rush to the shelter. Sorry.
Okay. Please, we'll come back to you. Take shelter.
I'll see you soon. Sure.
Take shelter.
Sure.
We will come back to you when it's safe.
Thank you.
Rory Challenge now in Amman, Jordan. What's happening in your neck of the woods?
Well, we've heard in the last few minutes at least 3 fairly sizable booms in the skies over Amman. And we have heard over the past 2 hours or so the sound of jet planes up in the skies and what to my ears at least sound like air defense being operated. Now, this is in line with what we're being told by the Jordanian military, which is that there are Royal Jordanian Air Force jets that have been mobilized. Now, they have said that these are routine patrols, reconnaissance patrols, but given that we know that Iranian missiles are being launched against Israel, drones as well, and Iranian missiles have been hitting other parts of the region, you can only assume that these jets are up there basically trying to patrol the Jordanian skies and make sure that they are safe. Jordan is in a bit of a predicament here, as are many other regional countries, because as we have been talking about over the last hour or two of coverage, they are broadly sympathetic to many parts of Iran's plight, but they are also allies with the United States, and they are hosting in many parts of this region large US facilities. And the Jordanians have one as well, Muwafaq Salti Air Base.
People are circulating this online right now, talking about what Charlie said about all this stuff.
Yeah, you're going to have to earn our trust on this one. This is more Israel pushing for Iran, but is that America's problem? That's a question. I mean, maybe the answer is yes. Maybe the answer is, you know what? They were wrong about Iraq. They were wrong about Syria. They were wrong about Afghanistan. They were wrong about the Taliban. They were wrong about Libya. They were wrong about the Arab Spring. They were wrong about Yemen. They were wrong about the Arabian Peninsula. They were wrong about the 9/11 hijackers being Saudi Arabian. But hey, 10th time's a charm. This time, we're actually right.
In recent days, there have been 60 to 70 US planes there. That's triple the kind of normal amount of US planes. And the Iranians have been saying specifically that in the case of any US and Israeli attack against Iran, that it would become a regional conflict, that the wider region of the Middle East and the Gulf would be drawn into this. And that's what we are seeing playing out at the moment with these attacks on Bahrain and with Jordanian Air Force scrambling to patrol and protect the skies of Jordan at the moment. Now, many countries in the region, Jordan being one of them, has said that they would not, specifically, they have said that they would not take part, they would not facilitate any US attack on Iran. Now, that was a message to Iran specifically to say, look, don't retaliate. But the Iranians have said several times that, any...
For people just coming in, the basic headlines is the US and Iran are battling. Obviously, Israel is part of it too. And Israel and the U.S. sent in some preemptive strikes. They hit Iran. They were targeting the leadership. They hit the IRGC, the Navy, multiple different centers, ammunition depots. So they're basically trying like a decapitation strike, basically. And now Iran has retaliated twice now, I believe. There's been a second wave that went. And they've hit United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Israel, and some Bahrain, and a few other places. So they're going all out. So that's basically where we're at right now. And we know the attacks are land and sea. The Navy is involved. And we also have F-22s and F-35s and some other jets that are bombing and that kind of stuff. I don't know if there's any, B-2s and that kind of stuff yet. I don't know if it's gotten to that level. But this preemptive strike looked like it's going to go, basically all out.
The 5th U.S. fleet in Bahrain, the Navy fleet targeted in that country. Interceptions here in Qatar of a missile launched by Iran. Qatar home to the largest U.S. military base in the region, Al Udeid. There have also been explosions reported in Abu Dhabi, in the United Arab Emirates, as well as Kuwait.
So far, everything I've seen, I haven't seen anything that says that the U.S. has been attacked yet directly as far as like the aircraft carriers and stuff like that. Doesn't mean they won't be. And there's some people that have had, you know, obviously I don't know if I believe this stuff, but people have had visions that one of our aircraft carriers gets taken out. That was before this all started. So hopefully that doesn't happen, but we'll see what happens.
A kind of a reflection of things are intact. Command and control is not only on the military side, but also on the diplomatic side. It seems that there is a plan already, and this plan is mainly built on kind of briefing not only the internal community, the internal front, but also the outside on how things are going on. What we're hearing also from Iran is that they were targeting in the beginning of this war of several military commanders. We don't know whether they are they've been killed or not, but there are senior military commanders in Iran who were targeted in this strike.
Okay. Monad Saloon, quite significant that the escalation is happening this fast and in multiple locations: Bahrain, the UAE, Kuwait, and Qatar.
I'm monitoring other news agencies and stuff as well in mainstream media, and they're covering stuff that we've already covered an hour ago, and they're just reiterating the same things. So it looks like right now Al Jazeera is one of the better ones as far as information.
To draw in other countries in the region into this war. So they targeted Abu Dhabi, probably they targeted Bahrain and Qatar, and they might also target other countries like Saudi Arabia, and they already did.
New York.
It looks like Fox.
A little after 11 in the morning, if I'm
see.
doing my time calculations correctly. I'm sorry, a little after 10 in the morning in Tel Aviv. In Tehran, it's approaching noon. It's 11:34 there. And U.S. and Israeli forces have begun strikes, massive strikes, on Iranian governmental and military sites throughout that country. Let's get back to Trey Yingst. Trey, we just, pardon me, we just heard that extraordinary message that the president posted on Truth Social about these attacks, saying, among other things, that we are doing this not for now, but for the future. Any reaction that you're hearing in Israel to what the president had to say?
Yeah, John, the United States and Israel are striking Iran as we speak. President Trump addressing the world, saying this operation is massive and ongoing. The Israelis are already responding. I'm talking with sources here who are watching closely what the president says. We understand there was a significant...
So one big takeaway here is that missile range. So showing Iran's ballistic missile ranges, it's out to like 1,864 miles. So they can hit all of the U.S. assets and all the bases and all of our allies in that area, which is pretty crazy. That's a pretty large area.
To minimize the risk of causing American casualties. The reports are coming in. They're still coming in as I speak to you, that there are explosions being heard in Kuwait, also in the United Arab Emirates. Qatar, as you've been saying, had issued a warning to its citizens to shelter in place. There's also reports coming in of airstrikes in Iraq. Iran had warned that this time it would not hold back, and that all of U.S. military bases across the region, including U.S. military personnel, there's more than 40,000 across the region, would be at risk. And President Trump himself acknowledged in his...
So either due to traffic or hacking, flight radar is down. That's not good. Obviously, this could be a tactical thing. Maybe they took it down so planes can't be tracked, but they usually fly with their transponders off anyway during war. So this is interesting. So that's down. There was another site that was down that was blocking IPs in the U.S. from Israel. So this is going to keep growing. It's getting bigger and bigger.
Be the loss of American lives, but he made it clear that America, as he saw it, was under threat, and he was ordering this war to commence. So a military operation that the Pentagon has codenamed Epic Fury.
Lise, in his long
announcement, President Trump said that regime change was very much on the table. What does that look like in your view? You were just in Iran in the past few weeks. Is your sense that this is going to target the Ayatollah, the supreme leader, the IRGC? How far do you think this could go?
Yes, President Trump and U.S. Commander-in-Chief we've often reported on BBC that he has sent conflicting messages about whether this was about Iran's nuclear program, that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon, or that it was about broader regime change. He named all of these reasons this morning in that first.
Interesting. So I just went to the Zofar app that shows all the alerts and everything in Israel, and the app itself is not working either. So not only is the IP blocked on the website, but the actual application through the App Store is saying that everything is empty and it can't connect to the server. So again, I don't know if that's a hack. I don't know if it's by design to keep some of their security and stuff in place, but very interesting. I haven't seen that before. Like in the 12-day war, it wasn't like that.
He called on them to take control of your institutions. Well, the Iranians saw that when they take to the streets, that the security forces have lethal force, that they're able and willing to use. The death toll is in the many thousands. It's still being counted. There are still people, there are still families who don't know the fate of their loved ones. So it is a very unpredictable and a very perilous time. And this time, President Trump, unlike the lead up to the US-led invasion of Iraq in 2003, he didn't go to the UN Security Council. He didn't try to build a coalition in the region. He is doing this just within.
There's this video here. This is live, but this is one of the, it looks like an interceptor, and this is in Haifa port in northern Israel. So the interceptors are definitely doing work.
Israel. He seems to believe that right and history is on his side, but there is no evidence that we have seen, no evidence that this preemptive attack described by Israel, that there was an imminent Iranian threat on Israel or on the United States. So a new war has been unleashed, and this morning, in these early hours, no one can say with certainty when and how it will end.
Lise, in his statement, President Trump urged members of Iran's military to lay down their arms, called on Iranians to topple the regime, as you mentioned. He said bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we have finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will probably be your only chance for generations. Was there any sense when you were there that there were perhaps any cracks, any vulnerabilities?
There's a lot of videos like this going around on X. I'm not sure if you're watching, paying attention on X or not. But World Source News, tourists are relaxing in a poolside in Dubai. They witnessed an interception in the sky above them.
Oh my God! Imagine the booming! Tu não veni booming, te don't vinim.
They have music in the background. They're having drinks by the pool and just watching, missiles get intercepted above their head. I wouldn't be sitting there, but they're having a good time.
The exiled former Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi had been saying for many months that they had set up a secure portal, that 50,000 security forces has indicated that they were ready to defect. He never provided any evidence of that. There were questions over whether that was really the case. You remember that when these protests intensified in January, when they spread across the country, there were many predictions.
There's reports of possible riots in Tehran and Iran that might be part of the uprising, and that could have been planted, right? They could have said, hey, once we bomb a few things and kind of mess them up a little bit, now you guys go, because you got to take over your government, remember? They're making like this is like a big takeover, a big coup. So Trump and Netanyahu and other people have all said this, and they already have a guy that supposedly is like the plant for the new leadership in there. So it's official that I guess riots are breaking out.
This time we will attack as we never have attacked before.
Lise, the US has seen Iran as an intractable problem since the 1979 revolution, one that has been an issue for subsequent presidents, really. Do you get the feeling that Donald Trump wants to be the president that deals with this regime once and for all?
That was a question that I asked diplomats in Geneva, where we just were, to see what was the third round of talks between Iranians and.
All right, we have some news here. We have footage of strikes hitting Bahrain.
Allah! Ya
Boom.
Ya Allah! Ya Allah! Ya Allah!
Those are some big hits. So let's pray for them. Pray for those people on both sides, all the innocent people that are caught up in this.
Formed in office during this second time, that he likes the short, sharp, successful deal, the kind that he ordered in Venezuela, where they just went in. There were no American casualties. They took away President Nicolas Maduro and his wife. They're now waiting. They've been put on trial in New York. He didn't want a messy, chaotic war. He kept talking about Iraq and how chaotic and violent it had become when the Baathists, the ruling party in Iraq, had been pushed out of the army, and it left a vacuum. So all of the discussion, and of course everyone was kept guessing because we just didn't know. And President Trump himself said, I haven't, even last night, that he hadn't made up his mind yet, that he wanted to avoid these messy confrontations, which would have no clear end. He ended the 12-day war last year, made it very clear to Israel, let's stop. Let's stop now. We've done enough. We've, in his words, obliterated Iran's nuclear program. But he's, and so there was on offer, while it was still different.
There's reports of 4 U.S. strikes southwest of Baghdad, Iraq. Interesting. So it looks like they're hitting more than just Iran.
Stopping Iran from developing a nuclear weapon, or there was this other possibility. He wants to be the president who says, I've done it, what no other president has done, always boasting, while there's little evidence to support it, that he ended 8 wars. Some of them are shaky ceasefires, and some of them have fallen apart. There was a bigger prize, and this is what Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel had been telling him. You can end nearly a half-century of enmity between the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran. Iran has never been weaker externally and internally. Now is the time to strike. But there were leaders in the region saying, don't do it. We will all suffer. But he has.
That's a great question. Do you think that something's going to happen to YouTube? Do you think there's going to be like a media blackout in the U.S. to kind of block what's going on, maybe? We're already seeing that in other places. I've seen multiple apps that are not working now, including Flight Radar.
He's reporting Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese saying he supports the US acting to prevent Iran from obtaining nuclear weapon, to prevent Iran continuing to threaten international security. We can now go live to our international editor, Jeremy Bowen. Jeremy, welcome to you. What's your analysis of what's happening now in the region and whether or not this is an existential threat to the Iranian regime?
A very dangerous moment. It's a dangerous moment for the whole region, particularly the Gulf area. It's dangerous as well, of course, for the Israelis in terms of being hit back, and for the Americans in terms of Iranian retaliation. It's most dangerous of all for Iran, for the Iranian people who might be in the way of some of these missiles and airstrikes. And it's clear that what they're after, it seems to be anyway, judging by statements coming out of Trump and out of Prime Minister Netanyahu, that they want regime change. There was a statement that just came out from Netanyahu saying that the people of Iran will be able to seize freedom or something like that, very much the same tone as Donald Trump. I have to say that they're...
It looks like we have some refuelers going up. So this is in Israel. We have these 2 refuelers, 2 Pegasus going up, KC-46A. So clearly they have enough flights and stuff going on that they're having to refuel their fighter jets. We also have a Stratotanker, which is a U.S. refueler. Looks like Flight Radar is back up. That's the only... We have one more down here. Another Stratotanker. So there's a few things going on here. but Flight Radar is officially back up. And if so far comes back up that shows the alerts and stuff in Israel, then I will pull that up as well.
Instance of regime change happening because of airstrikes. They seem, though, to be keen to put some real holes into the regime, perhaps decapitate it. I mean, who knows? What I would say is that this is a war of choice. They've used the word preemptive. Preemptive normally means there might be some imminent threat. They haven't said that there was actually an imminent threat. I think that just the fact that Iran has capabilities and an ideology which is vehemently anti-Israeli, and of course, they want the end of the Israeli state, that I think appears to be the preemption that they're trying to, the reason why they, in their words, preempting. But what we have to remember is that the war is a political act as well as just a military act. So if the objective is to get rid of the regime, well, I think the regime might be calculating, how long can they keep this one up? Can we, the regime...
Breaking news, it looks like there are reports that the Houthis are going to resume attacks on ships in the Red Sea. So they're going to start attacking innocent vessels that are just bystanders.
For an awful lot of them. And the Iranians might possibly be calculating that actually this is only going to go on for, 4, 5 days, 6, 7 days, something like that, and they can write.
There's also reports that there are large white aircraft departing from Tehran, but they're not on flight tracker. So that could be leadership fleeing the country. We don't know exactly what that is yet.
Loud explosions have been heard in Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia, of course. You talked about this being a dangerous moment for the wider region. We now have heard alerts in Riyadh, in Bahrain, in Qatar as well.
Looks like they officially hit Saudi Arabia too, so add that to the list.
Well, I think it's been widely discussed that if this was to happen, and it's happening, that the Iranians would hit back at US bases, they'd hit back at Israel. They wouldn't do it in the calibrated ways they've done in the past in the hope of trying to control an escalation. They seem to have concluded that that doesn't work for them, that actually a message of restraint that maybe they were trying to send was actually interpreted as weakness. So let's go all in from the outset. The point is that when war starts, it's unpredictable. People don't know which way it's going to go. And while those bases, American bases, if that's what they're trying to hit, would be very much on alert and people would be in their bunkers and their shelters and so on, they will be trying to hit back and exact some kind of a price from the Americans and from the Israelis and indeed from anyone else who cares to help them. Because I think that there are some voices in circles in the US that you read saying that actually in private, the Gulf countries, the Gulf Arab states will be cheering all this on. I don't think they will be. I think that they look on America and Israel as, dangerous and at times highly destabilizing powers. And I'm sure they will be very displeased, not to say rather horrified, by
So this is very interesting. So this is the SOFAR app, and this is the one that should be showing all the activity happening. All the missile strikes, rockets, all that, drones, all that stuff should be lighting up here. And on my phone, I'm showing that exact same app. And let me see, I don't know if you can see this or not. The lights. Yeah, it's not going to work. Basically, the entire Israel's all lit up. So I don't know why there's a disconnect between the two. They should come from the same server and the same API. They should be fed the same thing. But there's definitely something going on with data and information in the web. So this is very strange, but I'll keep digging into it and see what's going on there.
Particularly, they've got lots of internal plans. What they want is a situation where essentially they can concentrate on internal matters. They do not want a war in the region.
Jeremy, just in the past few moments, the Reuters news agency has given a reaction from Iran's foreign minister saying that telling his Iraqi counterpart rather, that Tehran will continue to defend itself. And we are seeing that playing out right now, aren't we, in these strikes or reports of strikes across the region and also in Israel. Given that the US is the greatest military power in the world, and Iran clearly knows it can't win a conventional war against the US, against Israel, how does this play out?
Well, first of all, the answer is we don't know what's going to happen, because we've now gone into a very unpredictable.
I think that's probably a pretty good bet. Leaders on the way to Russia. I mean, I would have left earlier if I was them, right? And there's a pretty good chance that they might have, but they targeted Khamenei and the president of Iran, and according to sources, supposedly they didn't get hit. But yeah, if I was them, I'd be gone. I'd be in Russia. I'd be in North Korea. I'm not sure, maybe China, but I'd be out of there.
Is to decapitate the Islamic regime. Well, they might not succeed in that, because, of course, they will also have, like the Americans have been, and the Israelis, who have been told to go to their shelters. I think you'll find that senior people in the regime will be doing that too, because they will be aware that something like this would have been about to happen. And the messages coming from Donald Trump and from Benjamin Netanyahu is that once we've finished with this, Iranian people, your hour of freedom is at hand. Well, it is a terrible regime, clearly, in Iran, a regime that is happy to send its men onto the streets, as happened earlier on in the year, to kill probably, as far as we know, thousands of people who were protesting against them. Well, those protesters will be thinking, well, I think they'll probably do that again if we tried. So that is a sense of deterrence for them in doing that sort of thing.
So based on reports, it looks like the aircraft carriers are off to the west of Israel over here and on the opposite side of the Middle East. So based on that, it looks like these straddle tankers, there was more of them. A couple just turned their transponders off. There was like 7 or 8 of them. But it looks like they're coming over here and they're refueling the fighter jets that are going back and forth to the aircraft carriers. Very interesting. And there's a mixture of U.S. and Israeli. We have some Pegasus. We have some straddle tankers. U.S. straddle tankers, which I think is what's down here. Yeah. So it's a big operation. It's still going. Like a lot of times when this happens, they'll have, 12 hours or something of attacks, and then they'll cut it off and then kind of like move things around, collect themselves, see what's going on next, and then go again. We're obviously only in we're about almost 4 hours in. So in 10 minutes, we'll be at 4 hours. But this is bigger than I expected it to be. This is crazy.
It's highly ideological. The Shah was overthrown, a long time ago now, 1979, and they've been there. And they do have followers. It's not like the whole country is against them. They have supporters who believe in what they're doing and believe in the Islamic regime. And most important of all, they have security forces who, it has been proven time after time, are prepared to go into the streets to shoot their fellow citizens, to kill them for protesting against the regime. So while the regime is suffering from, massive economic crisis caused principally by sanctions, and while it's under huge external pressure, even before these airstrikes started a few hours ago, in terms of its own internal cohesion and capacity to inflict pain on its internal enemies, it does appear to retain that capacity. Maybe the point of the airstrikes is to try to eliminate that capacity, but trying to do things from long range is really difficult.
That guy's put me to sleep. But we have a burner. This is a burner from an Iranian ballistic missile that fell in Syria. Look how big that is. And you have to be careful with this stuff too, because you can have toxic fuels And obviously, if there's any nuclear components, which I don't think we've seen yet, then you have to be careful of that too. So they should not be, especially breathing that, right? They should definitely be careful around that stuff.
When it's happened, when regimes have been overthrown, and I'm thinking about the Libyan regime, Colonel Gaddafi, 2011, Saddam Hussein, 2003, there's been men on the ground who've been fighting to start with, and also what followed was not some kind of a peaceful transition into liberal democracy and freedom and human rights for all. What happened was collapse.
And we have this here from the enforcer. It looks like, if you look on the opposite side of the street from this person, you can see that there's a riot police. So they're expecting a major uprising from the people of Tehran and in Iran in general. I would not want to be the police or the IRGC during all of this.
Into failed states. More than 20 years on, Iraq is still dealing with the consequences of that. And as for Libya, well, Libya's in pieces. It has a couple of different governments. It has city-states who are pretty much self-governing. It has militias all over the place. And that's something that happened 15 years ago after the collapse of the Gaddafi regime. And Iran is a much bigger, in terms of population, country than that. So there are all kinds of imponderables ahead. And
meeting this
I'm
morning.
not so sure how hard Donald Trump has thought about all of this. And if the Israelis have thought about it, well, I think that they have their own reasons for wanting to go ahead with this. Netanyahu, for many years, has said that the Iranian regime is the biggest existential threat that Israel faces. So he will want to take every advantage that he can to try and do it serious damage.
Okay, Jeremy, thank you. Let's bring in our US correspondent, David Willis, who is in Washington. David, Donald Trump took to social media, Truth Social, just a couple of hours ago with an 8-minute video explaining what's happening. Take us.
See how far behind they are? They're just not playing the Trump video that we played 4 hours ago.
Are advised to shelter in place. That advice has also been issued by the American embassy here. Explosions have been heard in Abu Dhabi, and we've also now heard loud bangs here in Dubai as well. It's safe to say that people are very nervous. Children are absolutely terrified. One source in Abu Dhabi said to me, and I've also heard from a local source, that Abu Dhabi has just intercepted a second wave of missiles. That is currently unconfirmed, but I'm hearing that from a local source on the ground in Abu Dhabi, a security source there. And the UAE Ministry of Defense has now confirmed a few seconds ago that air defenses have successfully intercepted a number of the missiles launched by Iran on Saturday. The relevant authorities in the country also dealt with debris falling on a residential area in Abu Dhabi, resulting in some material damage and the death of an Asian national. That news just in from the UAE Ministry of Defense. One death in Abu Dhabi following this attack by Iran on Gulf states, including the UAE, where I am today in response to war that has been declared by Donald Trump on Iran. The UAE Ministry of Defense have said that air defenses have successfully intercepted a number of missiles, but that debris has fallen on a residential area in Abu Dhabi, resulting in some material damage and the death of an Asian national. That news just in. But I can't quite sum up for you the feeling here today. We have been watching very closely the diplomatic efforts between Iran and the US in recent weeks, knowing just what it could mean for this region if the diplomatic efforts were to fail or Donald Trump were to launch an attack on Iran. Well, that moment has now come, and Iran has issued a statement essentially saying, we warned you. That post on X today by a member of the Iranian regime, we warned you. Now you've started down a path whose end is no longer in your hands. and countries that pride themselves on as being some of the safest places in the world to live, such as the UAE, Qatar, and Kuwait, have now reported explosions today and missile attacks by Iran. We've also heard that American military facilities in Bahrain have also been hit today in this apparent retaliation, smoke rising from a US naval base in Bahrain, which is home to the US Fifth Fleet, absolutely critical for naval operations in the Gulf, and in normal times would host around 8,000 to 9,000 American military personnel. It's unclear whether they would have had that number of people there today, because of course precautions have been taken in recent weeks during this time of escalating tension.
There's about 8 refuelers that are out heading towards the aircraft carriers. So I think the U.S. and Israel are getting ready for another round of fighter jets heading out there.
Warned to leave the airbase with their protective equipment and with enough items for 72 hours. And of course, you know, there's precedent here. We saw that retaliatory attack last summer after the 12-day war between Israel and Iran, where Iran launched a barrage of missiles at Qatar. It was coordinated, it was choreographed, it was phase-saving. No one was killed, there was very little damage. Normal order resumed fairly quickly. This time feels very, very different. And the Iranian regime did warn Donald Trump, did warn America that if they were to launch an attack, if they were to start a war, then essentially it could result in regional conflict, that all American military assets in the region would be legitimate targets. The supreme leader warned that they had the missile capability to sink US warships. And we are now indeed seeing what Iran has been preparing in terms of a response to war. And it's very unclear how long this is going to last and just how significant it's going to be. But certainly here in the UAE today, it's a very, very tense atmosphere indeed. People have been seen running in the streets in Dubai after the sound of loud bangs. This is something that would be unthinkable normally. People are sheltering indoors, and people are very, very nervous. We're going to have to see what today holds, what tonight holds, and certainly it feels like this is a turning point, and think we're entering a very new phase in terms of security in this region.
Yep, Sally.
Breaking news, explosions are reported in Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia.
Into a very major story, and if you doubted that word from the Israeli military in the last few moments, that they are attacking targets across Iran.
More ballistic missiles were just launched out of Zanjan in Iran. So we have another volley of ballistic missiles heading towards who knows who, right? Israel and any of our allies over there in the Middle East.
Coming days, most of whom the Israelis are saying will work on aerial defense, because quite clearly the response from Iran will be key in all this. Right, it's 10 o'clock. You're watching Sky News. I'm Mark Austin. It has been predicted for weeks, but right now it is underway. The United States and Israel have launched what can only be described as a massive assault on Iran. They've hit military and defensive targets across the country, and Iran has responded with a missile strike on a US Navy base in Bahrain.
So we have a lot of reports. I'm like, a lot of this stuff I'm not showing because it's kind of repetitive, but this is what it looks like in Israel right now, and I can confirm that on the app. So this is incoming drones and or missiles. Right now it looks like it's mostly ballistic missiles. So that's coming in from Iran to Israel. We know that they're also targeting United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Iraq, Abu Dhabi, Saudi Arabia. So they're hitting everywhere. They're doing exactly what they said they would do. If the U.S. attacked, they said they would attack everyone. And The Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia was targeted. Multiple explosions in Riyadh. Iranian missiles strike Abu Dhabi. And there were some interceptions in Saudi Arabia, missile interceptors. But it says damage to a house in Haifa, Israel, after an Iranian ballistic missile impacted. So, I mean, it's back and forth. This is not just the U.S. taking out Iran. Iran is retaliating successfully, and they're hitting many different sites in many different countries. So, I mean, it's already out of control. And there's obviously lots of footage from different people from cell phones and stuff, but they're catching all the strikes, missiles. We have cruise missiles and stuff flying up. This right here, this is in Dubai. So for anyone that's new that's coming in, basically all hell's broken loose. There's attacks both ways. Iran is attacking everyone, every single ally of the U.S. that they can reach with their missiles. They're attacking Israel. Most of the stuff is being intercepted, but some stuff has gotten through. And then, of course, we have the destroyers and stuff. We have we have all of the U.S. assets that are out in the ocean, the Navy fleets. And so far, I haven't seen anything that they've been attacked or even targeted, to be honest. So as of right now, they seem like they're safe. So the U.S. troops. But I haven't heard of any U.S. deaths or anything yet. I'm sure it will happen, just like President Trump said. But as of right now, as stuff comes out, I'm sharing it. And otherwise, we're watching the lives from mainstream media. But mainstream media, in a lot of cases, seems like they're hours behind. They're talking about stuff we talked about 4 hours ago. So, but I'll keep you updated as things come.
And Abu Dhabi. The strikes began with an attack near Iran's supreme leader's offices around 6 a.m. UK time. Since then, there have been strikes right across the country, with the Israeli military saying its operations against military targets in Western Iran are continuing as we speak. This is the scene at the U.S. naval base at Al Jafer in Bahrain, one of the locations targeted by Iran in retaliatory strikes. Elsewhere, the UAE says one person has been killed in Abu Dhabi after it intercepted several Iranian missiles, and Qatar has closed it.
So that's an important thing to talk about here really quick, is there's just been that one Asian national that has been killed so far as the U.S. side, or I should say the U.S. ally side. But as far as Iran goes, there's already been deaths to the IRGC, and they tried to target leadership. We don't know if it was successful up to this point, but so there are some deaths already, and obviously this is going to get worse and worse, but I don't know if they're going to put troops on the ground and that kind of stuff. I hope not. I don't know if that's their eventual plan, but I would almost think they'd have to. So maybe Israel will go in after all this bombing and stuff happens, but they're already calling on the people there and some leadership they're going to install to basically do a coup and take over the country. And that's what they've been trying to do with these riots they've been doing previous to this.
The loudest booms and interceptions that we've heard so far this morning. And Israel is a tense country right now. In fact, I'm looking there. There is a plume of smoke that is just rising from a scene that is not far away from us at all. The smoke that you can see rising there, we don't know what has caused that, but that is a venue down there which is used as a concert venue over the course of summer here in the heart of Jerusalem, and there is now smoke pouring out from that. That is just in the shadow of the old city of Jerusalem. That is extraordinarily near to some of the holiest sites in Christianity and Islam. We'll find out what has happened there, but that is smoke pouring out from there.
Well, President Trump, as I was saying, addressed the American people in the early hours of the morning, confirming a major combat operation was underway, and he urged the Iranian people to rise up against their government. He stopped short of saying the aim was regime change, but really left little doubt that that was his goal. Let's take a listen.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels in international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again. They can never.
Based on what I'm seeing, it looks like a lot of channels, a lot of YouTube channels, and people on X are saying there's a lot of bot attacks, and they're all saying Free Palestine.
Program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons.
This is Sky News playing Trump. I played him 4 hours ago, so this is just part of their regular broadcast. This is not something that that I'm playing myself.
Want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their...
There are more rounds of sirens in multiple different countries that are allies. UAE, Kuwait, Israel. So Iran is launching another set. And we know in the 12-day war they ran out of missiles, or at least slowed down significantly. So I wonder if this is going to basically be like 1 or 2 days of everything they have, and then they're done.
Or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect.
I've looked around and there's like 6 or 7 different mainstream media channels that keep playing this speech over and over again.
Will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms.
All right, breaking news. Officially, the IRGC has attacked Israel, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, and now Jordan as well, Kuwait, and the United Arab Emirates. So they've hit 7 different countries, exactly what they said they would do.
Leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what...
Breaking news. Israel's Channel 12 reports that an Israeli source says operations against Iran's leadership have achieved major success. We had heard that the Khamenei, as well as the president of Iran, made it out. But they're saying an Iranian source close to the government tells Reuters that U.S. and Israeli strikes have killed multiple senior Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps commanders and political figures. So they've been pretty successful, they say, so far. They just didn't get the top 2.
The United States of America, may God bless you all. Thank you.
This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. I mean, Donald Trump clearly not saying explicitly regime change, but it was a call for regime change in all but name, calling on the Iranian people to rise up. The Israelis called on them to do that back in June last year, and they didn't. Let's see.
So as you can see here, multiple countries that are getting hit. You can see specifically. So Iran's airspace is clear, which we saw earlier. Parts of Afghanistan is clear. Iraq, Syria, Jordan. So there's a lot more areas that are starting to be included. Qatar. So I wonder how big this is going to get. Because remember, their missiles, I believe it was 1,400 miles, which is a pretty big radius. So I wonder if this is going to get even further out. Like, is this going to end up getting outside of the Middle East? Starting to spread already. So hopefully that's not the case, but that's what we're seeing right now.
Presented with a number of military options on Iran, has clearly decided to go for one of the more dramatic ones. And Iran is hitting back. There's been an attack on Al Jafar, the base in the naval base, home to the U.S. Naval Forces Central Command, home also to the U.S. Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. Let's just have a look at some pictures we've just got in.
We are expecting a live address at some point from Trump today. It says Trump is expected to address the nation again on Saturday morning. So sometime in the next 6 to 8 hours, we should expect Trump to be live. I'm not sure if I'll be live during all that. I'm not sure if I'm going to do like an all-day stream or not, because we know what's happening right now. If anything major changes, and obviously I'll probably stay on a lot longer, but this is very interesting. So Trump's going to be live. And then there's people saying that Trump is weak and ineffective, which is interesting. And then there was an Iranian missile facility hit in Tabriz. And you can see that here. So they are technically going for the nuclear sites, the leadership, and any munition depots and stuff like that. And then obviously the Navy. So they're trying to completely decapitate the entire Iranian IRGC.
The Americans took it over sometime in the 70s. Not sure how many people, American service personnel, were there, but clearly Al-Jafar has been struck. The Israelis have been speaking to the Reuters news agency, and an Israeli official is reported by Reuters as saying that Iran's supreme leader, Khamenei, and the Iranian president, Pezeshkian, were targeted, both of them targeted in these US-Israeli attacks. Now, there was reporting a little earlier that Khamenei had been moved out of Tehran, not clear where he is, but the Israelis, an Israeli source telling Reuters that Iran's supreme leader and the Iranian president have been targeted. An Iranian news agency not commenting on that. They are saying that Iran's foreign minister is safe, but no word on the supreme leader or the president. What an Iranian source described by Reuters as close to the establishment is saying that several senior Revolutionary Guard commanders and political officials have been killed in US-Israeli strikes, but crucially, no word on the fate of the supreme leader. Israeli sources also telling Reuters objective is to degrade Iranian capabilities, remove existential threats to Israel. Well, a short time ago, we heard from Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who said the attack on Iran would continue for as long as necessary.
A short while ago, Israel and the United States launched a joint campaign, Operation Lion's Roar. The objective...
So they're just kind of repeating themselves at this point a little bit. So we'll jump over to this. This was sent over by Jillian Faith. Thanks for that connection. So we have this this interactive map. So let me play this out here really quick. So this will kind of let you know why certain bases are being targeted in certain areas. And I'll turn that music off just because of copyright stuff. But all these little spots, these specks, these are actually where bases are. So this is why they're targeting the other countries. And I don't know. Let me see if they're talking. Nope, it's all just music. So we definitely don't want copyright issues. But you can see in here, as he zooms out, there's quite a few. So it just talks about each one. Dimona radar facility. So that's actually a really important one. So there's also the Dimona nuclear base. So I'd be very interested to see what's targeted. I wonder if they're actually going to hit the nuclear base or the nuclear plant in Israel. I know they targeted it before, but it was intercepted, the stuff that came in directly towards it. We shall see.
This time, the IDF is attacking targets of the oppressive regime, facilities of the Revolutionary Guard, along with the United States military, targeting ballistic missile sites that threaten both Israel and US forces. This operation will continue as long as necessary.
On that issue.
All right, Noor, thank you for now. Noor O'Day in Ramallah there for us. Well, before the attacks on Iran on Saturday, Israel carried out airstrikes in southern Lebanon. The Israeli army says it targeted Hezbollah military infrastructure in the Iqlim al-Tufa region. The attacks are the latest breach of a ceasefire agreed between Israel and Lebanon in late 2024. And in the last few minutes, Lebanon's prime minister has been speaking, saying we will not accept anyone dragging the country into adventures that threaten its security and unity. Zaina Khadr is in Beirut for us for more on this. Talk to us about the reaction there in Lebanon to what's been happening in Iran and Israel.
Well, there is concern in Lebanon that the country could become a theater of military operation in this ongoing conflict. You mentioned the prime minister describing what he called dangerous regional developments, reiterating a warning that they will not allow the country to be dragged into this conflict and that they will not allow, quote, a new adventure. These are words directed at Hezbollah, a strategic ally of Iran. Now, there is the concern even among the public. Gas stations, you see long lines of cars making sure, worried about the possibility of shortages in fuel. People also heading to supermarkets because there is concern about what will Hezbollah do in this ongoing conflict. Will it become militarily involved? And it's not just that. There's also a concern, what will Israel do? Will Israel take advantage of the situation to escalate attacks against Hezbollah just an hour before the...
Make sure you guys hit that like. It's the only thing that lets YouTube know that you're appreciating the stream. And I appreciate everyone being here, the members and the mods and everyone. I know it's early or late, depending on where you're at. It's about 4 a.m. where I am. And I was woken up by an alert for the SOFAR rocket system. And that is why I am up. I knew this was going to happen this weekend, most likely. If you follow my ex, I put a few teasers out there, but I had a pretty good idea that this was going to happen today.
Escalation in Israeli attacks, with some saying that this could be Israel trying to eliminate any potential threat coming from the Lebanon front.
Zina, thank you for now. Zina Khadr in Beirut for us. To discuss these latest developments further now, we're joined by Richard Weiss once again, who's a senior fellow at the NATO Defense College. He's in Virginia in the U.S. This attack on Iran, Richard, comes, of course, after weeks of a U.S. military buildup in the region. The world's largest aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald Ford, has been deployed. It left its naval base in Crete on Thursday and now is in Israeli waters. The Ford's 2 nuclear reactor-powered advanced aircraft launch systems, allowing it to operate up to 220 missions per day. It joins the Nimitz-class aircraft carrier, the USS Abraham Lincoln. That carrier operates up to 70 aircraft, including FA-18 fighter jets and surveillance planes. Its nuclear propulsion systems also allows long-term deployment. They're being escorted by guided missile cruisers and destroyers, giving them air defense strike and anti-submarine capabilities. So, Richard, when you see the armada, as President Trump called it, that's in the region right now, what does it tell you about where this conflict is headed?
The U.S. is prepared its forces for an intense air campaign. It may be a long air campaign. I think that's the advantage of having one of the carriers so close to Israel's, that you can fly in resupplies, new munitions, and so on, and then it's easy to transfer to the ship than if it were in another location. And it also benefits from the Israeli air and missile defenses. But again, it
looks like the Stratotankers are still going around. We saw the Pegasus as well, too. So these are the ones that are refueling all these fighter jets. So obviously you have the aircraft carriers that are out here. But these have been going nonstop for the last 4 hours, just constantly circling and refueling all these different jet fighters. I don't know if there's any stealth bombers or anything involved yet. That might be a possibility. But, yeah, this is interesting. So it's still going. So they've been doing this campaign for about 4.5 hours now.
Response we've seen from Iran so far, targeting all U.S. bases in the region. Do you think this is going to be just a matter of days, or are we looking at a longer conflict?
I think the U.S. Air campaign against the Houthis in Yemen is going to be a better model than the short-term, by relative standards, war between Iran and Israel joined in by the U.S. So 12 days, that would be, I think, shorter than I would anticipate. The air campaign against the Houthis lasted a month and had an inconclusive result.
Where do they find these correspondents? Like, I mean, they have great information, but they're so monotone that they're putting me to sleep, all of them, on every single station. Really quick, we have countries now coming out saying for their citizens to shelter in place. So in Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, and UAE, the UK government is saying due to reported missile attacks, British nationals in Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, and United Arab Emirates should immediately shelter in place, remain indoors in a secure location, avoid all travel, monitor official updates, and follow local authorities' instructions. So this is starting to spread, technically not outside of the Middle East, but it's going to start affecting everyone. And I think it's going to be, you know, like this gentleman said here, he's basically saying it's going to be a lot longer than the 12-day war. The 12-day war was basically just between Israel and Iran. But this time I think it's going to be much bigger because the U.S. is involved officially and kind of leading it, to be honest.
Largely scaled back their presence there, and as we discussed, relying on forces in Israel and elsewhere. Then the political impact, as I understand it, the Iranian theory of victory at this point is to raise the risk of escalation, alarm the governments of the Gulf and elsewhere, and get them to intervene to force a halt to the operations, perhaps by interceding with the White House.
Richard, thank you so much for your expertise. Thank you for joining us as we continue to follow these fast-moving developments following the attack by the U.S. and Israel on Iran. Qatar has announced the closure of its airspace following the attack on Iran. The Qatari Defense Ministry says it successfully intercepted a number of missiles that targeted its territory. In a statement, it said the ministry affirmed that the threat was addressed immediately upon detection and in accordance with the pre-approved security plan, with all missiles being intercepted before reaching Qatari territory. The Qatari Armed Forces possesses full capabilities and resources to safeguard the nation's security and to firmly confront any external threat. It reiterated that the security situations remain stable and fully under control. The ministry also reassures citizens, residents, and visitors, urging everyone to remain calm and to adhere to instructions issued by the competent security authorities. Well, at least one person now, we understand, has been killed in the United Arab Emirates, according to a government statement there. The Ministry of Defense of the UAE says the United Arab Emirates was subjected today to a brazen attack with Iranian ballistic missiles, which the UAE air defenses handled with the highest efficiency. The relevant authorities in the country also dealt with the fallout of debris in a residential area in the city of Abu Dhabi, which resulted in some material damage and the death of an individual of Asian nationality.
Just really quick, the Iran military monitor on X says officially they want to let everyone know, they want to let the world know that Iran did not start this war. So I don't know what they have planned, but it sounds like they're just letting everyone know they weren't the ones who initially did this. But it looks like other people are on X too saying that, as you read about posts and headlines about preemptive strikes, which is what Trump said in his announcement in his speech. Remember that this is just a euphemism for attack, first strike, act of war, or invasion. So a lot of people are thinking that this is not a preemptive strike, as they're saying. It's a takeover, basically.
For the time being. Well, Tawhid Asadi is our correspondent, one of our correspondents in Tehran, and he sent us this update in the aftermath of the attacks on the Iranian capital.
I'm right now in the Iranian capital's downtown. As you can hear, sounds of massive explosion are being heard after the initiation of a campaign of strikes by the American and Israelis. Pastor neighborhood, which is one of the most important political areas in Iran, has been for several times targeted alongside with other military areas that are reportedly targeted as well. And that doesn't stop there, as we know that there are other places across the country, other cities that have been also targeted. This is not the first time that Iranians are facing a confrontation, specifically back in June, when the country was in the middle of negotiations and a campaign of strikes by the Americans and Israelis targeted not just nuclear facilities and nuclear scientists and not just the military headquarters, but actually the civilian infrastructures, living fatalities. And right now, as we speak to people, there is a lot of concern regarding the possibility of escalation, not just here in the capital, but also across the country. And now this is a very critical situation, because what we are hearing from the Iranian side is that there are going to be a crushing response ahead when it comes.
We've already seen that crushing response. They've already been hitting U.S. bases. There's a statement from the National Cybersecurity Command in Iran. They said, "In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful, following the initiation of criminal attacks against various parts of our beloved homeland, hostile cyber and cognitive operations commenced from the very first moments, with the objective being disrupting public life and undermining the psychological security of the population." So in addition to the stuff we're seeing with the explosions and the attacks and everything else and the decapitation, there's also behind the scenes, there's cyber attacks and psychological campaigns. And we also have heard rumors of riots, of which I've not seen any yet, but we did see riot police out.
Air defense, and not long ago we actually got a press release from the Interior Ministry where they confirming that these attacks targeting the country's infrastructure were what they call successfully intercepted, and they really go here to explain that.
And really quick, there's this post here. This Persian Kohler, whatever, I don't know who this person is, but this is, "If you're not Iranian, shut the F up. Iranians are celebrating and crying tears of joy right now. Long live Iran." So it's interesting because it seems as though the Iranian people are happy this is happening. So kind of mixed mindsets, right? Some people say that they're going against the sovereignty of Iran and doing these war crimes and stuff like that, but some other people who are Iranian are saying that they're happy and they're crying tears of joy because they're going to be freed from the IRGC and Khomeini.
The American, the largest military base here is positioned. But also the statement reads that the response teams are describing what they call operating around the clock. They are monitoring the developments and the situation, but also they say here and specifically urging public to follow these instructions and stay indoors. And they're urging again, in their own words, to basically to avoid any public gatherings, to avoid approaching, touching, or moving any unidentified objects or debris they may found. But also, ministry is also pushing back against what they call the spread of fake news, because there's so many videos and different lines circulation on social medias. But they are urging public just to follow official channels and still remain indoors and not spread any panic at this point.
And Axel, the Qatari airspace, as is the case for a number of countries in the region, now closed. Qatar Airways announcing that flights will be cancelled for now. This is going to cause huge disruption, isn't it?
That's correct. Particularly, it's a weekend here in Qatar. Especially at this time during Ramadan, there's so many tourists coming to the country, and this is obviously going to cause many disruptions.
For those that are asking, this started around midnight Central. So yeah, somewhere around 12 o'clock CST time.
Situation seems to be under control, and there is no any imminent threat, what we understand from official sources coming from the government.
Okay, Axel, thank you for now for the update. We'll, of course, check in with you regularly as we continue to follow the latest developments. In the meantime, let's speak to Hassan Ahmadian, who's an associate professor at the University of Tehran, joining us from the Iranian capital. Thank you very much. Can I get your initial reaction to these developments of the last few hours, the initial Israeli and U.S. attack on Iran and the way Iran has responded?
Well, basically, as expected by many, the United States waged the war and started its aggression on the country. And the Iranians, as they have been talking about a fierce retaliation, are doing exactly that. The aim of the Iranian retaliation is to change the calculations back in Washington that an attack on the country cannot go without huge costs. So the costs are to direct calculations according to the Iranian plans, and that's what they are doing when attacking bases. We're still waiting to see if aircraft carriers will come next. Israel is being attacked. I think this will continue, and the Iranians will ratchet up as much as they can, because the aim is to exact more pain, to force a change of calculations. It's basically another, during negotiations, another war has begun. Back in June, the same thing happened. The Iranians were trying to square the difference on a table of negotiations, but at the same time, they were attacked back in June by the Israelis, aided and abetted by the Americans. Now it's the same thing.
Indeed, there are similarities with what happened in June and the fact that the attacks came as negotiations were underway. But it seems different now, especially when you look at Iran's response. It's been quick. It's been a wide one. Iran has targeted several bases in the region, including in Bahrain. But how sustainable, how long can they sustain this type of response?
I think they have been trying to remedy the shortcomings back in the June attack on the country that they faced. Countries learn from their wars, and Iran has learned a lot from that war. They learned that, firstly, calculus can be made on Iran that it is weak if it doesn't retaliate with immense power, the power that it seems that it has, now, looking at what is happening now. Secondly, they have been building what they saw very effective back in June. And I think the past 8 months, they came up with many remedies to what they saw as shortcomings back in June. I think it will be sustainable for the time being. The Israeli and American assessments is that the Iranians have roughly 3,000 long-range missiles, but we know that the shorter or the medium-range missiles that the bases are being hit with are in the tens of thousands. So it's very much sustainable for, I think, months to come if the war is to drag on.
So that's important if you were listening to that. He said he expects this to be sustainable for months as far as the missiles from Iran. At least long range initially, they only have like 3,000, they say. But we know that they have stuff hidden in bunkers. They have mountains that are dug out. And you've seen like the underground. Let me see if I can find an image here. Like the underground cities. And their missile silos. Let's see if we can find an image or a video here really quick. Yeah, so I mean, they have stuff like this. You know, and they showed one that had, it was like an automated underground, like this. It's like this automated underground missile launcher. So even if everything on the surface gets taken out, they still have these, and who knows how many thousands, you know, maybe tens of thousands of missiles they have just sitting in there waiting underground, that any explosions and stuff above aren't really going to get to them or mess with them. So that's something that we haven't really seen yet. And I wonder if it's going to get to that point. I hope not. But that's something that they definitely have the capability of doing.
The mood in the country is, there is aggression, there is a pushback against aggression, and the nation, I think, majority, I would say, would stand still and against aggression. That's, as I said, historical, and it will continue to be so.
Hassan, thank you so much for talking us and bringing us perspective there from Tehran. Hassan Ahmadian from the University of Iran. If you're just joining us on Al Jazeera, a recap of this breaking news story that we've...
Thanks to everyone who is becoming channel members and gifting memberships to people. That's awesome. Love to see that. And thanks for the super chats. I haven't been able to get to them all yet. Obviously, we're trying to cover the breaking news and that kind of thing, but much appreciated. And Maz, thank you for being here as well. I know it's very, very early.
Retaliatory wave of missiles and drones at Israel. It's also targeting U.S. assets in countries across the region. Here in Qatar, the Defense Ministry says it's intercepted a number of attacks targeting the country's territory. Bahrain has confirmed there have been attacks inside its territory. It says the headquarters of the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet has been targeted by a missile attack. It's urged people to take cover in a safe area. And at least one person has been killed in Abu Dhabi. The Ministry of Defense of the United Arab Emirates says the individual was of Asian nationality. The UAE has announced the partial and temporary closure of its airspace. These are some of the latest images that appear to show missiles being intercepted in UAE skies. Now, aside from Tehran, there have been attacks in several other cities across Iran. That includes the holy city of Qom, Karaj near the capital, Isfahan in central Iran, Tabriz in the northwest, and Kermanshah and Ilam both in the west towards the border with Iraq. Qatar has announced the closure of its airspace following the attack on Iran by the U.S. and Israel. The Defense Ministry says it successfully intercepted a number of missiles that targeted the country's territory. In a statement, it said the ministry...
I'm monitoring Israel right now with the Zofar app, Tzofar, if you want to get it yourself. But the entire country is lit up right now, and I've been getting nonstop alerts. So there's incoming missiles and or drones basically nonstop in Israel right now. And obviously they have... the U.S. to back them up. So most of those are probably not going to make it to the actual ground. We're going to get, the Iron Dome, obviously. But even more than that, they have the the entire Navy, like a third of our Navy. I think they said like 60-some% of our assets are over there right now. But they'll shoot down most of it, most likely.
Ali has covered Iran extensively. I want to ask you about the Iranian response. Very interesting that Iran fired ballistic missiles towards all Gulf countries, including Qatar, Bahrain, the UAE, but not Oman.
Well, according to the Iranian military, because they just issued a statement, they said they're attacking all the military bases that assisted in this attack. At least this is what they're saying.
Do we have confirmation that the military base here, Al Udeid, assisted in this attack? No information.
No information on that. But the main issue is that this is the Iranian narrative on what's happening. Qatari foreign minister said Qatar reserves its rights to retaliate, and this is the interesting point here with respect to the Gulf countries, because now there's a conflict going on, and now there's another parallel conflict happening, and this could just make...
Yeah, could you imagine if Project Bluebeam kicked off right now too? So all this is going on, and all of a sudden we just have like, what was that movie? Independence Day? We have like Independence Day style ships just like all over the top of every Capitol building in every state. That would be very convenient.
But there seemed to have been coordination then. It wasn't really a surprise.
Not with Qatar.
Not with Qatar anyway. Do you think this time it's different, that there might have been some communications between them beforehand, or has this come as a surprise, the Iranian response?
It's clear that the Iranians, prior to the attack, prior to the war on Iran that started this morning, warned all the countries in the region that in the event of war, in case there is a war, they are going to retaliate to each and every base in the region.
So from the IRGC officially, they say Tehran's retaliation will continue relentlessly until the enemy is decisively defeated. There's air raid sirens blaring across Israel. Like I said, my app is going insane. If you guys want the app and you want to hear the alerts and that kind of stuff, it's Zofar, Tzofar. You can download it to your phone and it will show you all the activity that's going on right now. There's also sirens in central Israel as Iran launches another volley of ballistic missiles. So they're both just going nonstop, and we're on almost 5 hours. They've been doing this back and forth.
They are not going to deal in a restrained way with this situation. They're going to just open
What is the strategy long term? Is there one, you think? They have clearly prepared for this scenario, but have they prepared for a longer term scenario of conflict, you think?
Well, it's clear they understand that this is going to be a long war in case, because the main objective President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu stated is that toppling the regime. So in case the system in Iran preserves and is able to continue, then this war might take a lot of time, especially that diplomatic paths prove to be right now very shaky and actually fragile and actually
non-existent right
they're
now.
Non-existent.
Yeah, right?
That's the right word.
Right.
Non-existence.
Right.
So the fact that the Iranians have taken.
This is interesting. So you've heard of these Reaper drones before? So these specific drones are the ones that they can do strikes. So they can they have been used. I believe that Obama used some to take some people out, but a lot of times they do recon. And this was seen flying over. And they're pretty big. They're bigger than you think they are. Like a small airplane. But that's interesting. And militant groups in Iran are starting to strike military bases. So an official from, I can't say that, I don't know how to pronounce that. An official from Qaeda, Hezbollah, an Iraqi militant group allied with Iran, said strikes on the militia's bases in Iraq had killed 3 people. So there are people being killed in these other bases, in these other areas. So like Trump said, there are going to be U.S. casualties and allied casualties in this war. But they want to do it to free Iran from, you know, this oppressive regime, this IRGC.
Going to be
how,
later, is it going to resurrect what they call as the unity of fronts that started in the war on Gaza? This is the big question.
Yeah, lots of questions, obviously, now. As we continue to follow this conflict, the U.S. and Israel attacking Iran. Well, the U.S. President Donald Trump, when announcing this operation, issued a statement on his Truth Social saying that the U.S. started major combat operations in Iran, and he warned that there will be likely American casualties and called on Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard to lay down its arms or face certain death. Let's listen to that.
The United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels and international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer.
I'm monitoring multiple different sources. If I see anything that's new, that's actually coming out that we haven't already talked about or that's already been shown, then I'll bring it over.
Some reaction already from one Democratic congressman who said he lost friends in what was an illegal war in Iraq, and he's worried that the same thing is going to happen here in Iran, that Donald Trump should have gone to Congress for permission to launch any sort of operation in Iran. Lindsey Graham, who is a close ally of Donald Trump's, who's been with him over the last couple of days, who has talked about regime change in Iran, he welcomed the news, says this was a great move by the president, even though it will mean a pretty long military operation. And certainly they're expecting.
So breaking news, initially we were told that the Ayatollah and some of his department, part of his staff, were not hit. They got away they got away. Israeli strikes on target senior figures, including Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, Armed Forces Chief of Staff Saeed Mousavi, and President Masoud Pezeshkian, Defense Counsel Ali, and the National Security Council. It remains unclear whether they were hit, so they still don't know technically if they were taken out or not. I know the original reports were saying that they fled and Khamenei got away and his president got away, but now there's conflicting reports saying that maybe they might not have. So I guess we will find out. I would assume that this initially kicked off because they thought they knew exactly where they were and thought they could get them. So we'll see what happens with that over time. And then we have U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and Chairman Joint Chief of Staff Dan Kane. So they're monitoring real-time U.S. operations from Mar-a-Lago, and Trump is there as well. So they're sitting there in luxury while all this stuff is going on.
Barack Obama when he was running for re-election, saying if he's in trouble, he'll launch a war in Iran. He can't negotiate. It's a sign of failure on his part. In 2016, he criticized neocons for launching forever wars, for sending your children out to fight wars that they won't finish. And that won him a lot of support.
See, this is why you have to be careful when this information comes out. So earlier they reported that Amir Hatami, who is the commander-in-chief of Iran's army, was taken out. Now they're saying that he's in full health and continues to lead the forces, dismissing rumors of his death. So, yeah, I mean, whenever you're this early in these type of situations, you're going to keep getting conflicting reports, and you hear that all the time in mainstream media.
How Kamala Harris would launch World War III, launch a conflagration in the Middle East, and so they had to vote for him because he would bring peace. And here we are, just 2 weeks after he launched the Board of Peace in the United States, launching a war. MAGA firm basers will not be happy that Donald Trump is taking this sort of action. People will be upset that he hasn't gone to Congress. People will be angry that a couple of days ago, as he made his biggest address of the year, the State of the Union, there was only a passing mention of Iran, where at that point the plans were obviously well in gear. And of course, they will be angry that it looked as if there was the possibility of a deal, and Donald Trump has gone in with Israel and attacked Iran, a country that Israel has said has been on the verge of developing a nuclear weapon for the last.
Now, it's interesting what he just said, that people are saying that he went in, Trump went in early, Trump and Bibi, right? But I've heard for the last several days, and even yesterday, I believe, that Iran officially turned down everything and said they would not submit to any of the demands. So again, a conflicting report, right? So we don't know what's true. And I think that's the point, is it's a psychological operation. If they keep saying both ends of the spectrum, you never know what's true, and eventually people forget about it.
Beirut force. Zina, tell us more about the reactions there, not just from the government, but if there is one from Hezbollah, it'd be interesting to hear what they have to say about this.
Well, no doubt there's growing concern in Lebanon that this country could become a theater of military action. An hour before strikes on Iran began, Israel carried out a wave of strikes in southern Lebanon, and they did the same on Thursday night. There has been an escalation in recent days. There is concern that Lebanon could be a possible front in this ongoing confrontation. And there's also a concern about what Hezbollah will do. We were expecting to hear from Hezbollah's Secretary General Naim Asim at 1300 GMT. There is an event that was planned before the attacks happened. He was expected to speak. Now, the Hezbollah office releasing a statement saying that event has now been postponed, which really clearly indicates that.
We have updates from Israel. It looks like this initial volley, I think this will be the second or third officially. They're saying that you can exit but stay close to your protected space. So in all the different areas of various different parts of the country, they're telling people they can come out of their hiding places, but to be ready for another volley.
towards Hezbollah to drag the country into, quote, a new adventure. A few weeks ago, there was an event in, Hezbollah organized in solidarity with Iran. We heard Hezbollah Secretary General say, how we would act depends on the details of the battle. The way the battle evolves will determine our action. A few days ago, an anonymous Hezbollah official was quoted as saying that the red line for the group would be an attack on the Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. So it's still not clear what Hezbollah will do, but it's very important to point out that Hezbollah is in a very difficult position because it has been severely weakened. And even if it is able to launch missiles at Israel, it will trigger a harsh Israeli response, like target, for example, Beirut's southern suburbs, where hundreds of thousands of Hezbollah supporters live.
Zena, thank you for bringing us the reaction there from Lebanon. Zena Khodr in Beirut. Now, Bahrain has confirmed there have been attacks inside its territory. This is a moment a missile hit the U.S.'s Fifth Fleet headquarters in Bahrain's capital, Manama. Bahrain's National Communications Center has confirmed other attacks targeting sites and facilities within its borders and has condemned those attacks. Let's bring in Rory Challens in Amman, Jordan, for more on what's been happening in the region and the reaction, Rory.
Yeah, well, certainly for people here in Amman, in the capital of Jordan, it was a pretty noisy morning with the sounds of...
Yes, is that true? Our naval base in Bahrain was hit. Yes, and we've had other places too. We've had other allies like in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, other places that have been hit as well. As far as how bad they've been hit, we don't really know yet. We haven't seen like damage reports or anything, but they're definitely getting hit, yes.
Have been reported. Now, Jordan, like many parts of this region, many countries in this region, hosts US military forces. Now, the Jordanians have a big airbase, Muwafaq Sulti Air Base, which is about 100 kilometers east of the capital. That has lots and lots of US planes, or certainly did very recently. 60 to 70 combat aircraft were documented there. There were Chinese satellite pictures that showed very clearly where they were on the air apron and on the strips of that airbase. The Iranians put out an AI video showing that this airbase was going to be targeted in the event of any attack by the United States or by Israel on Iran. And this has been part of Iran's wider...
We have official video that the Jordan capital, Amman, has been hit. So we have a burning missile there. And... they're hitting all the capitals. I wonder what else they have planned, because if you look at what they've done so far, this is just in the first couple hours. So if this continues through like today and tomorrow and obviously weeks out, they're going to get more and more desperate. So what does Iran have planned? If they're already doing this now, is this going to go tactical nuclear? Is this going to go nuclear? Does Iran have nukes? I mean, these are all the questions that a lot of people are thinking right now.
In the region, we've been seeing attacks in Bahrain and UAE, in Saudi Arabia and Iraq as well, are not quite have not escaped as quite as unscathed as Jordan has at the moment. But I think we have heard about 40 minutes ago the all-clear air raid siren going out, suggesting that the danger has passed for the moment. But we understand that there could be fresh barrages on the way at any moment.
Rory Challens, live for us in Amman, Jordan. Rory, thank you. It's just coming up to 11 o'clock GMT. I'm Riley Carlson, and you're watching our continuing coverage of the U.S. and Israel's attacks on Iran. Iran has retaliated by launching a wave of missiles at Israel and at U.S. assets across the region. The joint U.S.-Israel attack began in the capital of Tehran, but it has spread across the country in what the United States has called Operation Epic Fury. The Israeli military says it has struck dozens of military targets in Iran and that strikes will continue as required. Iran has closed its airspace and cut mobile phone services. It has also vowed that its response to the attack will be, quote, crushing. This is happening just days after representatives from Tehran and from Washington held indirect negotiations in Geneva. Video shows a low-flying fighter jet in the skies over the Iranian capital. Iranians have been hearing the sounds of jets and explosions throughout Saturday morning. Now, aside from Tehran, there have been attacks in several other cities. That includes the holy city of Qom, Karaj near the capital, Isfahan in central Iran, Tabriz in the northwest, and Kermanshah, Urumqi and Ilam, both on the west border towards Iraq. Shiraz in the south was also hit, and so was a base near Damavand as well.
So here's another example. This woman, she looks like she's Iranian. She says, "I swear everyone is on rooftops across Iran celebrating and clapping." So earlier we saw something that said that people were actually excited and crying tears of joy because the U.S. was attacking the IRGC. Only in Iran do people hear the sounds of war and respond with profound optimism and happiness. This should tell you how hated the mullahs are. Let's see if there's any audio. So at least for this particular video, obviously we're in a world of AI and that kind of stuff. But it looks like in this case, they're celebrating and you can hear a crowd of people cheering. And this is with the fighter jets and stuff going past, attacking the IRGC. So that's just another angle. People are saying that the people there want this to happen.
These pictures here that you're seeing are from right here in the Qatari capital, Doha. Qatar has also announced the closure of its airspace following the attack on Iran by the U.S. and Israel. Multiple mobile alerts have been sent out. All residents have been urged to take shelter. We have correspondents in Washington, D.C., Doha, and Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. But first, let's go to Mohammed Val, who is in the Iranian capital of Tehran. Mohammed, there have been widespread targets in Tehran today. What can you tell us about the locations and the cities that have been targeted?
Yes, Malin, the most important site in Tehran this morning was the Pastor province. That's where many government institutions are located. That has been...
Breaking news, there is another fresh round of volleys of missiles coming from Iran towards Israel. They said due to the detection of missile launches, alerts may be activated in the coming minutes, and they list several different areas. This would be the third volley, I believe, officially.
Enough information from the Iranian authorities, even though reactions have been now have started to emerge from the Iranian government. We have the foreign ministry calling on the international community to intervene. We have also the foreign minister talking to his Iraqi counterpart and reassuring him and reiterating again that Iran will defend itself. More than ever before and more strongly than ever before. And there have been statements after statements from different government institutions promising a kind of response, a kind of lesson to the Israelis and Americans that they have never seen before from the Iranian authorities and the Iranian army. Iran this time around is sure that this is a sustained campaign and that is probably having the target of regime change. So it is an existential war for them, an existential war for the Iranian government and also the Iranian people. Across the country, there have been strikes in several cities. Some of them you have mentioned, and also we have casualties among civilians in Minab, that's in Hormuzgan. There has been an attack on a school for girls. The preliminary report talks about 5 students killed, but now we have reports from several sources talking about probably more than 30.
We have more incoming in Israel. Lots of alerts going off.
that this is different than anything that the country has seen before, and also the reaction will be different from anything that the world has seen before. They are calling for calm, they are calling for peace. They have been negotiating with the Americans, and they say this is an act of aggression and a repetition of the same scenario that happened in June last year, when the two sides were negotiating and suddenly the Americans and the Israelis have attacked. So this time around, Iran is not going to show any kind of weakness, and it is not going to be cosmetic strikes anywhere in the region. They have said that they have only good intentions towards their neighbors, but they have the legitimate right as a country under the United Nations Charter to defend themselves and to strike back at any location from which an act of aggression came against the Iranian territories. So we are following up this, and also in terms of the people, the Iranian government has issued statements reassuring people that the situation is under control. This is not like the previous attack when many leaders have been taken out in the initial strikes. Now they are reassuring people that all army commanders, top army commanders, are safe, that the president is safe, that the chief of the revolution, the supreme leader of the Iranian revolution, is safe. So Iran seems to have absorbed this initial attack today, and that's going to be bad news for the Americans and the Israelis, who have been betting on two things. One, that probably they're going to kill the top leadership during this attack, and two, that maybe this attack will pave the way for those who are against the regime to take action and to try to change the regime.
Now, Mohammed, you mentioned last June and what happened when there were strikes against Iran then. Iran went into these negotiations with the United States saying that that is very much at the forefront of their mind. We heard them repeat over and over again that they are ready for peace talks, but they are also ready for war. And as such, I wonder, can you tell me, I would assume that in the making of these preparations, part of that was making sure that top administration officials and top people in the government were in specific places, or that different contingency plans were in place. Did they take the time this time to make sure that that was happening?
Well, Malin, from the results of this attack today, and from these reassurances that no top commanders or any top leaders of the
So we have official incoming in Israel. So they're about to hit. We should have some video coming out shortly.
Have been expecting it any minutes, and they have been trying to make sure that the scenario of June doesn't repeat itself this time around, because they know that the main guarantor of stability in the country amid this conflict, amid this war, is that the leadership remains in place and it remains on top of its duties. So that's as I said, that's bad news for the Israelis and the Americans, who have been betting on chaos from the first minute in the country. That doesn't seem to be happening, and we have instructions, steady stream of instructions from the ministries of defense, of the interior, of education, and so on, that things are in place, that preparations are in place, that the defense systems are in full action mode, that the country is safe, that people can now, the roads even, they talked about roads, saying the roads from
So these are obviously the alarms going off because missiles are incoming. And we'll see, we should hear the Iron Dome kick in, and we should start hearing explosions, and we might see some actual hits. So it depends on where the area is, but they're zooming around looking. They're there.
You, just you, building your app on base 44.
Let me
describe
switch this over
it. And it's real. One thought.
Talk about timing, huh? More incoming in multiple areas. Israel's getting lit up. They said this would happen. I heard something. Is it the Iron Dome? Yep, interceptors are launching right now. You can hear the Iron Dome working. I have not seen a total missile count yet. The first volley was like 36 missiles, I believe. And if you remember in the 12-day war, there was like 200 some missiles at one point, plus drones. So these are pretty small comparatively. There's a lot of incoming all over Israel. I'm trying to see if there's still, if Bahrain and those places are still getting hit too, or if those were just like a strike each, kind of as like a warning. I still see refuelers. There's Stratotankers and Pegasus planes that are refueling the fighter jets. That's still ongoing. Looking to see if there's any other major news of anywhere else besides Israel being attacked still. Not that I'm seeing. Looks like it's primarily just Israel. Interesting. And we're watching a live cam here. We have alerts going off in multiple areas, and we've seen on camera some interceptors. And I've heard explosions, but I haven't seen any on camera yet here. I'm just looking around for any new updates. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. Thank you for becoming new members. I see some super chats. Maybe we can cover those here in a second, since things are definitely not slowing down, but there's less information coming out at the moment. There's lots of volleys that are going from Iran towards Israel, and that's what we're watching here is a live cam, and we've already seen a couple interceptions on this camera. And I'm getting alerts to my phone from the SOFAR app. It's TZOFAR. So I'm just looking at multiple things at once, seeing what's new, seeing what's coming out. If you know of any good stuff on X especially, feel free to tag me. It's TriggerSmart HQ. We have some interceptions interceptors being launched in Kuwait as well. Boom. So that was close. That would be a little too close for my comfort, right? I mean, the interceptor obviously did its job, but obviously there's still going to be debris and stuff falling down as well. But that's a little close for comfort. A little close. There's a live cam there. Looking to see if there's any major changes. I don't see anything coming out from these last strikes in Israel yet. Maybe nothing made it to the ground. Interesting. So according to U.S. officials, the U.S. is saying that its official military is not targeting the Iranian leadership. So maybe it's Israel that's specifically doing that. Or maybe they're just saying that, right? I'm gonna look up and see how long it takes for missiles to get to Israel from Iran. Because they detected launches, so it's about 12 to 15 minutes. So it looks like they launched about 13 minutes ago. So they should be hitting any time. It's about 1,500. Yeah, about 1,500 kilometers distance between them. So, wow. So Iranian ballistic missiles can reach Israel in approximately 12 to 15 minutes, and but cruise missiles, which is the ones we were looking at earlier, they kind of like lower to the ground and just kind of hang out and cruise, right? They take 2 hours to get from Iran to Israel. And then drones can take up to 9 hours. That is insane. I did not know it took that long for drones to get there. 9 hours. Wow. Iranian officials say senior leaders are in full health. So we got some reports earlier saying that senior leaders were taken out. So is that just them? Is that like the fog of war type of thing? Are they just trying to say they're in full health? Very interesting. We have more impacts in Kuwait near Ali Al Asim Air Base. All flights canceled in UAE, Kuwait, Oman, Pakistan, Qatar, Bahrain, and Riyadh. Turkey's Pegasus Airlines has canceled all flights. I don't blame them. I would think we should already be seeing these ballistic missiles that were launched. We'll give it a few more minutes, and if we don't see anything happening, then we'll go back to updated reports. But I see everything's lit up. We have the alerts. And it says it's about 12 to 15 minutes. That was like 13 minutes ago, 14 minutes ago now. Yeah, someone says this is a spiritual war. Someone said, where are we looking? We're looking at Tel Aviv in Israel. You thought Kushner was there? I hadn't heard that, but I know that they supposedly said they were planning something on Monday to go out there and have talks or something, and then now they're doing this. So, you know, again, it's that fog of war. You tell them one thing and you do something different. And of course, the memes are coming out. But there's lots of reports of Iranians celebrating. And I've shown a couple things of that. There was a video, assuming it's not AI or something similar, that people are cheering when the fighter jets are flying past. So maybe this is a good thing for them. That almost sounded like gunfire. What was that? I'm gonna check and see if there's anything new. If there's nothing new, then I'll go back to a news report. We thought we had a volley of missiles coming in. They were reported fired from Iran about 15 minutes ago now. And they should have already arrived, but I'm not seeing anything. This isn't good. Tasnim, an IRGC-affiliated outlet, cites a military source saying Iran's attacks will not be limited to U.S. bases, warning that all U.S. interests and Israeli targets are subject to retaliatory strikes, and that a broader target list will soon be revealed. So like I was saying, this is just the beginning. This is just their initial, like we said, we're going to attack you back, and they are. But now they're saying that there's a much larger range of things they're going to be doing. It's not just going to be military bases. We know in the past they've targeted, you know, the oil fields and things like that, right? Oil rigs. Obviously, there's the aircraft carriers, so we pray they don't do that.
Of being told what to do, of corrupt.
All right, I am not seeing anything else. You said, what was that voice? Oh, that was just another video I was looking at that I was queuing up, and it played out a little bit. Nothing to worry about there. You're not hearing things. There's no ghost in the room with you. So it's not a still frame. If you look down here in the bottom, you can see flags waving. So there's like 2 or 3 flags down there. See them? So this is, oh, actually I think I'm covering it with your comment. So let me remove my cover here. So see down here at the bottom, you can see these flags are waving in the wind. So we're definitely live, or what they say is live, right? There, we have some cloud movement.
Typhoon jets being sent in January from Qatar. Politically, the reaction, as you would imagine, has already started coming in. So Dame Emily Thornberry, who is the Labour chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, a very significant voice within Parliament, she's come out saying she's very pleased to see the UK hasn't been involved in these illegal and ill-advised strikes, as she describes them. She says we will be hit by the consequences, though, and have to be prepared for that in terms of chaos in the region, shipping lanes, oil facilities, military bases, including our own, being attacked. On the other end of the spectrum, Nigel Farage has come out this morning saying the Prime Minister needs to change his mind on the use of our military bases and back the Americans.
Amanda, thank you very much indeed. So the UK not involved in the attacks on Iran, but we have been hearing about some sort of defensive activity. Sean Bell is with me. What do we know about what the British have been doing in that respect?
Yeah, you heard from Sally earlier, there was a bit of banter about RAF aircraft and Qatar. It is worth putting in context that
I wonder if that's a refueler or something. I'm gonna look to see if that's on flight radar. I think that plane right there is this flight right here. That's flying right over the top of them, and it seems to be the only one that's in the general area. Interesting. Looks like a recon plane, but it might be a refueler. It's hard to tell. I'm definitely not a naval expert. So I'll keep monitoring that, but we'll put this report on.
Because in Iraq, we just heard from Kataib Hezbollah that they are preparing to get into the battle.
Right.
The Houthis also are there. We don't know what's going to be Hezbollah's position in Lebanon, but the fact is that Iran is activating all its arms, it's activating all its powers, and its multi-layered elements, whereas it's trying to make the price very high, not only on Israel or on the United States, but also on the allies of the United States.
Ali Hashem, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Now, the attacks on Iran come after weeks of U.S. military buildup in the region. The world's largest aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald R. Ford, has been deployed. It left its naval base in Crete on Thursday. The Ford's 2 nuclear reactor powers advanced aircraft launch systems, allowing it to operate up to 220 missions per day. It joins the Nimitz-class aircraft carrier, the USS Abraham Lincoln. That carrier operates up to 70 aircraft, including FA-18 fighter jets and surveillance planes. Its nuclear propulsion system also allows for long-term deployment. Now, they are being escorted by guided missile cruisers and destroyers, giving them air defense strike and anti-submarine capabilities. Andreas Krieg is an associate professor at the School of Security Studies in King's College in London, and he joins us now live from London. One thing that is missing here, Andreas, if the U.S. is preparing for a prolonged...
So it looks like Israel is either in the clear or they already got hit. They just sent alerts out telling people they can leave their safe space but stay close.
This entire U.S. strategy, if indeed we are going down a regime path
a path of regime change, as Trump suggests in his speech this morning, then there is this key element missing. So the Israelis think that they can mobilize a very alienated, aggrieved Iranian population to take action against their own regime. I don't see any way that can actually happen because there isn't a coherent, consolidated opposition. There aren't any arms or weapons that are being distributed at a large scale. So basically, this is a remote standoff, air power-led campaign that can maybe lead to degradation, but actually without seizing ground and holding it, there is no way the regime is just going to collapse and disappear. And so this is kind of where the Americans will run out of steam once target lists have been exhausted, which can likely become in a few days.
And there is something difficult about an operation that is solely focused on regime change also. There is a lot of moving parts here now, as you mentioned there and alluded to, that inside Iran, the U.S. and Israel have no control over. So how do you ensure that those go according to plan now?
All the courses of action that have been presented to the president, to Trump over the last couple of weeks were imperfect, suboptimal. The reason that we had nearly a month of hesitation of striking or not striking had to do with the fact that the Joint Chiefs of Staff made it quite clear to the US president that there isn't an easy way in, easy way out, and at the same time feasible, successful, and sustainable course of action on the table. And that's kind of part of the problem. What is the strategy of this campaign? And if the strategy is regime change, how can it actually be implemented? I mean, if we look at the different targets that have been struck now, it seems that the Americans focusing mainly on missile and missile production, which is one of the issues that are not on the negotiation table. So should there be any off-ramp in the coming weeks to return to the negotiation table, the Americans could then say, we can negotiate a nuclear deal because we've destroyed the ballistic missile program. But the Israelis at the same time are pushing a very much wider campaign, which I think is completely fantasy land, of saying we're trying to change the regime. We call all the Iranians to step up and take action and replace this regime. That's unlikely going to happen. And so this is in many ways a very, very flawed war based on flawed assumptions and a flawed strategy.
But if one of the goals, as you say, is to potentially force Iran back to the table on a number of other issues, how likely could that possibly be now, given that this is now the second time that Iran has been negotiating with the U.S. and in the middle of those negotiations has been hit with strikes?
It's very, very low, the probability right now. There's no way that Iran is just going to come around. And I think the president has to understand this, and it must have been made clear by the Omani foreign minister visiting Washington yesterday. The Qataris have been obviously in constant close conversation with the Americans, made it very clear there is no way that once you escalate, you can just turn the key as you did in June last year, to just create an off-ramp diplomatically. And so it must be very clear to the president that the Iranians are not just going to return without actually getting something significant, immediate. And I think the regime now has already preparing for since probably beginning of the year, preparing and dug in for a protracted conflict. And ultimately time, I think, plays on the side of the regime, while it will be very difficult for the U.S. to sustain this campaign for weeks and weeks on end, considering that they only have 2 carrier strike groups and then basically have to use Israel as the forward operating base, because the airspaces and air bases in the Gulf are basically off limits for the U.S. Air Force. So it's not an easy campaign to endure and sustain.
In your estimation, how would Iran have been using that time, as you mentioned, if they have been looking at this?
Let's do a quick poll. I've seen some people say they think that Iran has nukes. If you think that Iran actually has nukes or the ability to make them very quickly, put a 1 in chat. If you think they don't, put a 2. So 1 if they have nukes, a 2 if they don't have nukes.
Operational and strategic commanders across the IRGC, theocratic leaders, political leaders. It doesn't mean that the regime is just going to collapse in. The fact is that what we've seen since January is that we have a complete decentralization of the chain of command and control. And so we see that despite this heavy attack this morning, there is no paralysis in Iran. Iran is sustaining it. We're very quick to actually fight back, to strike back across the Gulf, escalating, and the operational tempo is there. And that shows also that C2 command and control has been completely delegated to the local level. And we also see that the Basij, for example, which is the major component of the IRGC that controls the public on the ground, basically they organize, they have been on alert for quite some time, and they organize themselves on the local level without having to rely constantly onto the major chain of command in Tehran. And so that, again, we have to think about the Iranian regime as an organization, a system that looks a lot more like an insurgency group, and thereby being able to sustain pressure than it looks like a normal hierarchical state.
Andreas Krieg, we appreciate you joining us from London on this breaking news. Iran's Supreme National Security Council has just issued a statement. It reads, according to the information obtained from these two corrupt regimes, their operations will continue in Tehran and some other cities. The government has already prepared all the needs of society, and there is no concern about the supply of public necessities. Schools and universities will be closed until further notice. Banks will continue to serve the dear nation of Iran. Government offices will operate at 50% capacity for the time being. Hassan Ahmadian is an associate professor at the University of Tehran, and he joins us now live from the Iranian capital. Thank you for being with us. Is de-escalation an option now for Iran?
Well, everything is about escalation at this point. Of course, de-escalation would be at the table moving forward, but I think with the country falling yet again subject to aggression, the country will retaliate, and it has been retaliating, and I think the retaliation has been unprecedented. The intention for that is to basically push back against the United States and its calculations that Iran's readiness and capabilities to retaliate are limited. Iranians are showing in their retaliation, which is geographically very much spread around the region, and in many cases in Israel and in the bases, they're showing that it is very precise. They're trying to show that this can be very costly to the United States, hoping that this will create the balance that then will lead to de-escalation.
I mean, it could be very costly for the United States, but it could also be very costly to Iran, especially because Iran says that it will continue operations relentlessly until the enemy is decisively defeated. Does Iran have the stockpiles and the willpower of the people to do that?
You're right in that Iran will endure costs maybe more than what the United States will and what Israel will. But options are limited. Iran is subject to aggression, so it has to retaliate. Otherwise, you will see another Gaza unfold in Iran if Iran doesn't have the might. So it has to retaliate, though enduring much more pain maybe moving forward. But I think the Iranians are trying to showcase that it's not going to be June all over again. It's going to be a different scene in which the Iranian retaliation is wider, bigger, mightier, and that the United States, that was not dealt with decisively back in June when it attacked in the midnight hammer Iran's nuclear facilities. This time around, the Iranians will hit it hard where it hurts. Now, of course, sustainability is a matter, but I think because the bases and what the Iranians are using around their country are basically not far away from Iran borders, I think the Iranians have immense ammunition. As I said earlier, that the Israeli and American assessments is that the Iranians have like 3,000 long-range missiles that can hit Israel. But medium-range missiles that can hit U.S. bases around the country are in the tens of thousands.
We'll switch over and see if there's any different reporting going on.
What I'm going to do is check on Rebecca as she is kind of dialed in here. So what I'm going to do is leave this up on your screen. This is a live look over Tel Aviv, and we will have much more in just a matter of seconds.
Yeah, someone pointed out my poll. Didn't even get a chance to close on my X page. 169 votes. I said, will Trump attack Iran this weekend? Seems the chess pieces are in place. Talks failed. Trump is supposed to make a call today. 59.8% said yes. 16% no. 23% not sure. So, you know, people were right. We knew it was coming. Seemed pretty obvious. And it sounds like this Fox feed, they're supposed to be coming back here in a minute. He said a few seconds. So we'll let that keep going. Looking to see if there's any new information specific to hits and locations. It seems like a lot of that's slowed down, the information that's available. And I see other people have signed off. Other people that are covering this. They're probably taking a break because they're going to have to come back on later.
And of course, we've been keeping you on these different live images here. We've tossed out our breaks because we want to make sure that you are kept up to date with all of the latest details here as it plays out. What I want to do is bring in Fox's Rebecca Castor as she's following all of this, the latest developments. Rebecca, a lot coming in here. We're kind of learning bits and pieces of all of this as it plays out.
Right. And Josh, we saw this military buildup go on for months, and it's important to underscore the Iranians were given a diplomatic solution. They did not take it. So today, in broad daylight, the U.S. and Israel attacked Iran. Thick plumes of smoke drifting across Tehran on Saturday morning as President Trump announced the start of strikes against the Iranian regime.
The United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests.
The first target was apparently aimed at Iran's supreme leader, although he was reportedly taken to a secure location.
This is not a surprise that they would start out by attacking where Khamenei resides, because what the U.S. military would go after would be command and control, and that's the ultimate command and control. It's the ultimate message against the leadership that has been so intransigent.
The attacks coming after multiple rounds of talks in Geneva between the U.S., Iran, and Oman failed to convince Iran to abandon its nuclear program. Sirens in Israel were heard and alerts went out on phones as Iran launched its own retaliatory strikes, which could go on for days, if not longer. The president called on Iran to surrender, but he also had a stark warning for the American people.
The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties.
Yeah, they keep playing the Trump stuff. I don't want to hear it myself either.
Lawmakers in Washington, we call them the Gang of Eight, were briefed on this mission this week, but Congress as a whole did not sign off. That's going to cause a big debate here, with several Democrats already speaking out against this decision.
Of course they are. So Democrats are speaking out. We have Russia speaking out. There's several other countries, other nations that have spoken out against this already. And, that's expected. So we have Crystal Bang. Thanks for the super. Like and subscribe to the channel to show support. We have Freda Davis that says, good morning. Have they hit their nuke sites again? That is what they said they were targeting initially, along with the leadership. So we would assume that they've hit these nuclear sites. That's the whole point, is to kind of decapitate. So that's, if they didn't, they wasted their time, really, technically. Let's see if there's any other. M. Jinx. TriggerSmart, thank you for covering this. As a veteran, and I never want war. I'm old enough to remember when the Shah was ousted over 40 years ago, praying for a quick and decisive victory. Sleuthy Sloth, thanks for the super. Thanks for your commitment, Trigger. I wouldn't have known anything if it wasn't for you. You're working very hard. When do you sleep? We appreciate it. I was sleeping, and then I was listening to another channel, and then the alarms started going off. The rocket alarms and missile alarms went off. I had it in my ear. I fell asleep to it, and that woke me up. And I was like, oh, I should probably get on because a lot of people aren't aware of this. And yeah, sounds perfect. Thanks for looking for answers. Not sure if you're still on or not. Locked to Vegan. Thanks for the late early emergency stream. You always keep us informed. No problem. Sarah Bryan, thank you so much for keeping us informed. Bless your heart. Thanks for the super. William, my fear, this will go to tactical nukes. Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking it could end up at that point because it's existential, right? If you're a government that's in power and you have total control of a nation, and another, a couple of nations come in to completely get rid of you, wipe you out, and, take you out completely 100%, it's existential. So at that point, you're probably going to use everything within your power. So I do also think that, tactical nukes could be used, but that's assuming that they have them. I think they could. They would even have to make them. That's the big thing is everyone's like, oh, well, they're only enriched to, whatever percent, 60%, I think is last I heard. Well, 60% is way over what's needed to use for like power stations and stuff like that in nuclear plants. You only need like 20% for that. So 60% tells you they're moving towards weapon grade. But even besides that, being in the BRICS nations, they can just get one from China or Russia or North Korea, and they may already have them from that viewpoint. So wouldn't be surprised. Would not be surprised at all. William also says, the IRG has its back against the wall, trapped like rats. They most certainly have a limited number of tactical nukes on this day and age. Even Tajikistan used them in their civil war. I had not heard that. Very interesting. Freezing Wreck, thanks for the super. Trump did not do this for America's sake. Lazika, thanks for the super. TriggerSmart, thank you. This is so much better than news coverage and commentary. Also, thanks for not silencing chat. Yeah, we try and let chat do its thing, unless people are getting crazy. Then we have a few that didn't have a comment. Thanks for the supers. Independent News Journalism. Savvy Lister, thanks for the super chat. William again. The talking heads are missing the big picture. Many major powers, including the European, depend on Iranian black gold. This is Persia, not Iran. Very scary. Interesting. Earned and appreciated. Thanks, George McDougall. We have a bunch of channel members. Thanks for becoming members. William also says, look at marine shipping in the area. You'll then understand more of the problem. I'll have to look into that. We have a couple more supers and stickers that don't have comments. I don't know if you know that you can comment, but I appreciate that. Snowy, thanks for the super chat. It looks like you're in Canada. That person who cheered probably lives in the U.S. Possible. Thanks for the coverage. I don't trust the media. Thank you, Tamara. Thank you, D's Nuts. 7375. Thank you for covering this at such a crazy time. You're the best. And we cover the nuke sites. So thanks for everyone for the super chats. Thanks for the mods for hanging out and keeping this clean. I will probably keep going for a little bit longer, see if anything else new comes out. If nothing comes out in the next like 20 or 30 minutes, then I'll probably call it for this morning and then jump back on if something major happens. I know other people are gearing up to start covering here shortly. Some of the bigger names like Benny Johnson and those kind of people are probably going to be live here shortly. But we'll keep seeing what they have.
This is definitely a US-led operation.
What are the threats right now of retaliation? Are they serious? Again, we've seen in Israel that, there have been sirens that have been blaring. They have been sounding here for hours, kind of on and off. So the threat of retaliation, how strong are we talking here?
I think there is a threat, but I think it's a moderate threat. And that's partly to do with the depletion of Iran's resources from conflict last year. The Iranians do have missiles. They do have drones. And of course, they do have a desire to strike Israel. And of course, striking Israel can't really make things much worse for them because they've already got the US at war with them. And therefore, bringing the Israelis in doesn't make any difference, really, although, of course, it would be very good propaganda for Iran if it were able to land a blow on Israel. So I think the Israelis are right to be careful. They're right to activate their defenses and to do everything that they need to do to defend themselves if the Iranians do attack. I think what we need to bear in mind in terms of Iran's wider retaliation capabilities, they will also try to use their proxies. They still have these supporters, the militias in Iraq, the Houthis in Yemen, the Lebanese Hezbollah in Lebanon. But it's interesting to see that the Houthis have made a statement which was not as warlike as I was expecting. It was more about their support for Iran and the Iranian people and the Iranian regime. It wasn't blood and thunder and, you know, we will attack ships in the Red Sea again. Of course, they might do that. But in all of these cases, it's not the Iranian will to retaliate that's in question. It's their ability.
As far as the regional potential impacts here, if the Iranian regime is out, they've been targeted, if they are to, talking of course about the supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, if he is to step down, let's say, or back off, what would be the impact on the region as a whole?
Well, I think there's a big difference between the stepping down and the backing off. If Khamenei is taken out of the equation in some way, if you like a decapitation of the regime, that doesn't necessarily help the region very much, or indeed help U.S. interests very much, because the rest of the regime is every bit as hardline as he is, perhaps more so. You could end up with a leader who was more aggressive and more effective than Ali Khamenei. So I think just simply getting rid of him is not the answer. But what President Trump has done is he's reached out to the Iranian people, as he has done before, and said that they should seize the moment and take their destiny into their own hands. Now, it was true already that new demonstrations had broken out in Iran within the last week or so, affecting university campuses. And also there had been isolated incidents where you had people who had been killed 40 days earlier. When you got to the 40-day ceremony, which is an important thing under Shia Islam, then you had isolated unrest and demonstrations about the deaths of loved ones in January. So I think that President Trump is backing the Iranian people to seize this moment. And indeed, it is true that the Iranian people themselves had let it be known that they were hoping for the U.S. to come to their assistance. So
there have been more reports of missile impacts in Qatar. There was another missile impact in Jordan. And apparently that was a base where they're hosting dozens of United States Air Force fighters that have been there over the past couple of weeks. There are reports that supposedly non-military bases are being targeted. There's an airport, this airport here. It looks like this is, where's this at? This is Erbil Airport in Iraqi Kurdistan. And he says they're not just hitting U.S. bases anymore. And yeah, I mean, they're targeting and everything. So I think this could get much, much worse. And it's going to be bad. So, and we're only in the first 6 hours of this thing. So I'd be praying. And if you're in these countries, I'd be careful. I would definitely heed all your alerts and warnings and everything and make sure you're keeping your head on a swivel.
Khamenei's compound in Tehran, there are several destroyed buildings. While the current whereabouts of Iran's supreme leader are unknown, the compound is generally used as his official residence. What do you think as you look at that image there, destroyed?
Yes, I mean, at the very least, it's a big statement by the US to say, you know, we're coming for you and you're not safe, and you know, and a statement of intent, you know, against the regime specifically, rather than against the nuclear facilities. So it's a significant thing to have done. Of course, there's no reason to think that he was there when it was destroyed. We do know that there was talk of him being moved to a secure location during the demonstrations in January. So whether he ever returned to that location in Iran or whether he's being kept safe somewhere else, we don't know. But at the same time, again, I would refer you to the ramping up of Israeli and US intelligence on Iran over recent months. There will have been very, very high quality intelligence in play. So if Khamenei was there, they may well have known that he was there. It is possible that he's been hit, but I would think probably if I were to put money on it, I think it's unlikely.
All right. Edmund Fittenbrown there with the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. As always, thanks for joining us. I know you got to go, but anything we missed, anything that you want to add here before I let you go?
So obviously there's been a lot of reporting of the U.S. and allies getting hit, but there's lots of reports too of the IDF publishing, Iranian missile hits. So they have hit launchers, they've hit the Navy, they've hit IRGC leadership, and munition dumps and stuff like that. So, I guess from that point of view, it's successful. I mean, I really wonder, long term, can they keep up? I think missiles, as far as missiles go, Iran might have enough missiles to outlast the carriers, the carrier groups that are there from the U.S. But we'll find out here in the next couple of days. That's very interesting. And I don't see a lot of new information coming out. Obviously, they're volleying back and forth with missiles. They keep showing, some of the same stuff over and over again. There's nothing major that's coming out right now.
To make any compromises across the key files with the United States. And it's also important to remember that Iran has been in a state of semi-declared war with the United States for more than 45 years now. The chanting of death to America, 1/6 of all US casualties in Iraq during the war in Iraq were attributable to Iranian incitement, training, and equipping of and instructing of the Iraqi militias to attack the United States. So I think people should hesitate to see this as aggression by the United States. In many ways, it's Iranian behavior that has made this inevitable.
All right. Edmund, thank you again for taking the time to be here with us and helping to discuss all of this. We definitely appreciate your insight and expertise.
You're most welcome.
All right, so based on everything I'm seeing, I don't see anything new coming out. But what I will probably do, and I haven't slept yet either, technically, but I think what I'm going to do is maybe sleep for a couple hours, and then I'm going to jump back on a little bit later. I'm sure this is going to go all weekend long, so I definitely don't want to burn myself out this morning. But overall, if you're here new, there's Iran has been attacked officially by the U.S. and Israel. They have targeted leadership, maybe successfully in some cases, but not Khamenei and the president. That's who they were going after initially. And then multiple allies have been hit. Kuwait, United Arab Emirates, Iraq, Qatar. So they're doing everything exactly like they said they would. They said they would attack all of our allies and all of our U.S. interests in the area. And that is what they are doing. So I hope everyone, I don't know where you're at, but stay safe. And then obviously, if this is ongoing throughout the weekend, then I will be back on as well. But I appreciate you being here. Thanks to all the channel members. Thanks for the super chats. And thanks mods for being here. I know it was very, very early. I appreciate you showing up. But yeah, if you're going to bed, have a good night. And if you're just waking up, then good morning. But yeah, I'll talk to you later. Thank you.